evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the July 25th, 2024 meeting of the Southampton Village Zoning Board of Appeals. I prepared a few words in recognition of the new makeup of the board. I'm deeply honored to serve as your new chairman, and I'm grateful to Mayor Manger for this appointment. Having served on this board for several years, I'm committed to continuing our work with integrity and dedication. I would like to thank our board members, Thomas Kempner. Joyce Jiffra is not with us tonight for their participation. Their continued dedication is invaluable to our proceedings. I also want to extend a warm welcome to our new board members, Carol Zacharias and Linda Munn. We are excited to have them join us and look forward to their contributions to our work. Carol and Linda are fantastic additions to the board, and I'm confident their contributions will be felt immediately. At the same time, I would like to thank our former chairman, Mark Greenwald, and former member, Julia McCormick, for their long dedication and service to this board. Mark and Julia were always thoughtful and had the best interests of the village in mind, and their efforts have greatly benefited our community. I've learned so much from my time on the board with Mark and Julia, and it is my hope that we will continue to follow their examples of patience, grace, and leadership. As we move forward, it is important to clarify the role and philosophy of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Some may perceive us as defenders of the code, tasked with upholding the strict letter of the law at all costs. However, this is a philosophical misunderstanding of our true purpose. The zoning code is a comprehensive set of regulations designed to manage and guide the development and use of property within our village. It stands on its own and requires no defense. The Chief Building Inspector is responsible for enforcing these regulations and ensuring compliance. Our role, however, is different. When you come before this board, it means the code has already spoken. You're requesting something not permitted. Your task is to demonstrate why your property's conditions necessitate relief that the code's authors could not have anticipated. We'll assess your request against the following criteria as outlined by New York State. Benefit to you if the variance is granted versus the potential detriment to the community's health, safety, and welfare. Whether granting the variance will produce an undesirable change in the neighborhood or harm nearby properties. If the benefit sought can be achieved by other feasible means. The substantiality of your variance request. The potential adverse effect on physical or environmental conditions in the area. Whether the difficulty you face is self-created, which, while relevant, does not automatically disqualify your request. Our goal is to grant the minimum variance necessary to address your needs while protecting the neighborhood's character and community welfare. We may also impose conditions to minimize any adverse impacts your variance might have. It is also important to note that we are neither pro nor anti-development. Our decisions are based solely on the merits of each case and its adherence to the principles of fair and balanced community growth. As we arrive at a new chapter with our two new members, it's a good time to remind everyone of the level of decorum expected from applicants. There will be a zero tolerance policy on personal attacks, and interruptions will not be tolerated. It is my pledge that everyone's voice will be heard, and all applicants will always feel as if they've been given the best opportunity to present their case. Applications that cannot adhere to these basic standards of civility will have their case immediately adjourned to the next month's hearing. In closing, I want to thank everyone for their understanding and cooperation. We strive to make decisions that are fair, balanced, and in the best interest of our community. Your participation and adherence to the established guidelines ensure that our proceedings are respectful and productive. Together, we can work towards a harmonious and well-planned community that respects both individual needs and the collective good. Thank you for indulging me in that.
Can I make one point of clarity? I believe when you were talking about the standards, you were referring to the area variances.
Area variances, yes. Use variances are slightly different, and then wetland special permits are different again. But the gist being that we are going to rely heavily on the guidelines and the code to make our decisions. Alex, is there anything you want to add?
Sure. Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate the introduction. I just want to note there's a couple of items on the board's work session agenda that may warrant consideration at the top of the meeting. The first being the fall meeting schedule. So the next two meetings are currently scheduled for August 13th, which is a Tuesday, and August 22nd, which is a Thursday. Those in August fall on back-to-back weeks where it may not make sense for the board to meet so close. and we'd like to set the schedule for September because soon we'll be approaching the deadlines for new applications, if you can believe it.
Okay, so I agree. I don't think we need the early Tuesday meeting. I think we should stick with the Thursday meeting, which is what, Alex?
So it's the 22nd.
The 22nd, that's right.
Okay, Linda and Carol, does that work for you?
Yes.
Tom, you're
Yes,
good with
yes,
that?
it does.
Okay. Okay, so let's adopt that as our next hearing.
Okay, great. We can, Brian, do we need a resolution for that?
Do it by motion.
Okay, a motion that our next
Oh, no,
hearing.
you actually already scheduled the 22nd. Your motion would be to not have the meeting on the 9th.
Okay, so I will
The
motion to cancel the zoning board of appeals meeting on
August 13th.
August
August 13th,
13th.
sorry.
Yes, do I have a second? Okay,
Yes.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Great. And then for September, looking forward, the dates that the board would traditionally meet would be Tuesday, September 10th, and or Thursday, September 26th.
Okay, so let's try to keep the consistency of the Thursdays, Alex.
Sure. So then we would ask for a motion to schedule the September meeting for Thursday, September 26th.
Okay, so I'll move to schedule the September meeting to the 26th. Do I have a second?
Sure.
Okay, all
I
in favor?
can't attend.
You cannot.
I cannot do the
cannot?
26th.
Okay. Carol, you can?
Yes.
Okay, what do you think, Alex? We'll hope that Joyce can make it.
We can schedule it now, and then we can confirm with Joyce, and if necessary, we can change it in advance.
Okay. Okay, is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great.
Worst case, I might be able to do it on Zoom.
Okay.
And I'd be one, so I'm allowed.
It's pretty far out anyway.
Yeah.
A lot can happen. Okay. What else, Alex?
So the next item on the agenda is a submission policy that I provided for the board for consideration. This is a policy for the board to consider adopting that really just codifies what's the existing board's procedures on submissions, namely timelines for new applications to the board, and as well as revised applications that are submitted for open hearings. And this is to ensure that we have enough the correct number and format to provide to all the board members in advance of the hearing, and then it gets submitted in a timely manner so that the board and also the public has a chance to review. So this is to address any confusion that may have come from old instructions that may be floating around and puts the existing policy into writing.
Okay, so essentially the consolidation of a bunch of guidelines from various places into one place, nothing new per se.
That's right.
Okay, super. How would we proceed with this, Brian?
Just to be clear, so substantively, this provides for the timing of submissions to the board and timing of submissions to the building department.
That's right.
Okay. Well, you can move to adopt the resolution that's been circulated to the board, providing for those guidelines. That's all you need to do.
Okay. Has everyone gotten a chance to review this?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any comments?
Makes
No.
total sense.
Okay. Okay. So I'll move to adopt this resolution as prepared. Do I have a second?
Sure.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay.
Okay, so we'll make that available on the website, and it'll be filed with the minutes for this meeting.
Okay. Super. Thank you, Alex.
Sure.
Okay, Brian, I understand that we may want to move to executive session to discuss some of the legal challenges the board is facing.
You have litigation. We can discuss that now if you want.
Okay.
If that's what you want. And then there was legal advice I was going to provide the board as well.
Sure. Okay.
So if you want to do that, you would do that by motion on those two bases.
Okay. So I will move to for us to take a brief 10-minute executive session to review and get legal feedback on some of our litigation. Do I have a second? Okay.
Sure.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. So we just discussed 1430 Meadow Lane. Brian, do we need a motion for what we discussed?
You need to instruct council to draft a decision approving the application,
Okay.
subject to standard conditions.
I would like you to do that, please.
And and then at the next meeting, you'll be able to vote on it.
Okay, super. Thank you. Okay, so then let's go with our first case, number 3162, Sydney Guevara and Sally Anton, 146 Halsey Street.
So this is
The board approved this at the last meeting. We just have to approve a resolution, which you could do at the next meeting as well.
Okay, super. You're preparing a. Okay. Okay, case 3155, 1750 Waterview LLC, 1750 Meadow Lane.
Good evening. My name is John Bennett, and my firm is Bennett & Reed, 212 Windmill Lane in Southampton. With me this evening are Henry and Lu Leng, the owners. I'm going to just have a couple of statements to make before Rich Warren and Lee Wisher from Woods Hole Group present, and then I'm going to bat cleanup, so to speak, after they do that. But just a couple of prefatory notes. Welcome, Carol, and welcome, Linda. Particularly, Linda, I wanted to say that it's wonderful to see you carrying on your family's tradition of public service to the village of Southampton. So,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
You know my dad?
Well, at the Munn family, of course, your dad was a trustee for many years, and it's just wonderful to see you up here. Thank you. I hope you don't mind me saying that, but
No.
it's
Thank you.
really wonderful. So this application was actually filed in February of 2023, and we're going to go through it again. We'll try to make it abbreviated, but it's only fair since we have two new members. But we'll try to be as concise as possible. We did, by correspondence dated June 18th, 2024, submit a complete response to the latest Nelson Pope and Voorhees report, and that's been there for some time. And since we were last here, by correspondence dated July 16, 2024, InterScience filed additional illustrative materials, including a wetlands analysis along the north side of Meadow Lane and a comparison plan illustrating the significant environmental improvements the plan presently before the board represents. So I would like to introduce Henry and Lu Leng, who are the property owners, who just wanted to briefly address you before Rich and Lee and I present. Thank you. Before I forget, Michael Lamont, who's the project architect, and Ian Hanbeck from LaGuardia Landscape are here in case there are any questions about their work. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, John. Good evening. So I'm Henry. This is my wife, Lu Leng. We are grateful for your time in considering our application. We just thought it might be useful for us to give a little background on our family. So we've been coming to Southampton for now 25 plus years. We've been owners for nearly 15. This is a really special place to us. So this is where we have three boys. This is where they learn to swim, learn to ride a bike. Our now 14-year-old still insists to go to the fire truck parade every year, given the tradition. So most of our family memories have been made here.
Yeah, and we just wanted to kind of explain our motivation behind this project. And our thought is we're looking at our home as a multi-generational home, and we want to make it more family friendly. So as an example, currently our kitchen is on the second floor. So if Henry, he makes lunch for us, and he has to go down 2 separate flights of stairs to get to the swimming pool where the boys and I are hanging out. So, small things like that we're hoping to, improve upon. And just to add, we really like the beachy feel of where we are in Meadow Lane. So our thought is to kind of preserve and the sort of natural feel of the property. We like that aesthetic.
Yeah, so we've been working with our team. We're all here tonight for quite some time to address the ZBA concerns, and really in each of these meetings since almost nearly 2 years now, we've tried to incorporate the feedback into a new set of plans. And so again, you'll hear this in a lot more detail, but at a very high level, we are certainly prepared to remove all the invasive species. We're prepared to extend the existing easement that's on the property and make that larger. There's other environmental enhancements that you'll hear about, or that are in the file that we'll explain again per your feedback. And then, of course, the new house would be FEMA compliant. The pool would be moved from the wetlands. The sanitary system would be moved. So, and on top of that, I think there was a concern about drainage, and we're certainly prepared to install as much drainage as is reasonable as well. So again, you'll hear a lot more about that.
Yeah. So just thank you in general for your time and your partnership.
Thank you.
I appreciate the both of you coming in personally, and thank you for your patience.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Rich, you want to stand up and take it through it?
Good evening. Richard Warren of InterScience Research Associates here on behalf of the applicant. First, I want to thank the board for agreeing at the last meeting to allow postponement for this, since we do have two new members, and I ask for your patience in allowing me to present a little bit of this because it's new for two of you. So I want you to at least have the opportunity to understand what we've been through on this.
To be clear, is this the same thing we saw before, or has it been amended?
The plan is the same plan that was submitted back in June.
Okay, thank
For
you.
the June hearing. We're also hoping that we can have a little bit of a reset with this, because we want to kind of reduce the temperature level of the conversation that's gone on in the past with this. So we're hoping that you'll have a chance to take a look at what we've done, and we're hoping that you find that this is a reasonable plan. There's been, over the past year and a half, there have been a number of public hearings that we've had before you, and we've modified this plan to provide what we believe are responsive materials to you, as well as technical materials to help describe the project site and what we're proposing to do. The changes that have been made in this property throughout the time are based upon the specific legal conditions. This is not a vacant site. It's not a scraped site. We have legally existing structures, but we also have environmental conditions on the property. And we've been working to try to address the client's objectives, but also being responsive to the questions that we've received from the board. We're before you for two separate reasons. One, there's a small wetlands pocket on the property, and that is right here in this blue. Right there, that's in the northwestern corner of the property, and we need some relief from the wetlands that are setbacks that are there. It's a wetland pocket that consists almost entirely of common reed, which is a New York State invasive plant. And we have a landscape plan that's been prepared by LaGuardia Design that intends to remove the invasive plant and restore the wetlands. So we need some relief from that. We also need relief from the Dolliver line. I hope you're familiar with the Dolliver line. It is a line that was surveyed by Dolliver Associates. Jake Buckheit of Dolliver Associates used to be a trustee here in the village many years ago. And Dolliver Associates, which is no longer in business, they had surveyed the crest of a dune down in this section of the beach, probably 4 or 5 houses west of Road D. Right outside here, there's a aerial photograph of the beach, and you can see where the last house was. That's about when they surveyed this Dolliver dune crest line, and it was a completely undeveloped stretch of beach. And they were looking to try to establish some sort of seaward limit for restricting homes. That was 42 years ago. In the interim, after that, after careful study, the New York State DEC created the Coastal Erosion Hazard Area Line, which is a seaward limit for construction. The plan that we have before you complies entirely with the coastal erosion hazard requirements, and the structures are actually located far in excess of the 100-foot setback that 80% of the village gets to use from the crest of the dune on property when you measure from the first rank of Ocean Beach dunes, which is how it's actually defined in the code, with the exception of this area for the Dolliver line. So we need some relief from the Dolliver line, and it's something this board has granted in the past in many instances. I would note that in 2006, this board received or granted approval for this particular property for Dolliver relief. They granted dune setback relief for this property, and the improvements that we're proposing on the seaward side of the home match the line of the improvements that were granted in 2006. So we've been working hard to make some substantial changes to this project, and what we did is, one of the things, since we have 2 new board members and we're trying to catch you up as fast as we could, we figured we would show you the changes that have been made over time. The first drawing here, and this is actually a 5-panel drawing which we gave you in hard copies, but it shows what the existing conditions are, the first one. The second one is what has been approved in 2006. The third one is the original application that we filed. The fourth one is the revised application that we made back in January, and the fifth one is the revised in June. So we also actually have it in a different format. Could you bring up the second format that we have? Because I think it's helpful actually to see how the change is. So this is just an enlargement, and we've put them one on top of another. So here's existing, and then when you see the next one, so you can see what happened there is a swimming pool. Go back one. So the swimming pool and the patios that were there, the deck, they were then approved for a garage building. And I'm just going to move this and make it a little easier. Approved for a garage building in this area with a deck over top. And then in this area, there was an addition to the house, some additions in through here, and a swimming pool. The swimming pool that used to be here was moved here with a deck and a pool house.
Rich, may I interrupt you for just
Sure.
1 minute? Would you mind just also, for the benefit of our 2 new members, just point out what's the purple line at the bottom?
okay,
What is
sure.
what is the blue section up top? Just
Sure.
kind of like
Sure.
lay out the graphics
Sure,
for us,
sure.
please.
Be happy to. This is the coastal erosion hazard line. This is the New York State DEC limit. Maybe we should bring up the drawing that shows the Dolliver line too. Maybe we should start there. It's actually a good idea. Here, so this is a drawing that shows the Dolliver line, this red line through here. This is the actual first rank of Ocean Beach dunes on the property through here. So our property is in yellow. Here's our existing tennis court, swimming pool, the small wetland pocket in here. Now let's go back to the other one. On our property, we have a wetlands pocket up here in the corner. This is the New York State DEC established coastal erosion hazard line. So you can see when the village approved the first iteration, they allowed relief to the Dolliver line, which is a setback from a line that's down here, but they allowed us to move out towards the coastal erosion hazard line. And then they approved this up here. The line up top, the blue line up top, is a wetlands line that's on the other side of Meadow Lane. Unlike the New York State DEC, the wetlands regulations in the village don't use the road as a jurisdictional boundary for wetlands. The state does. So from a state perspective, the paved road would become a jurisdictional boundary for looking at wetland setbacks.
Rich, if you scroll down, is the Dolliver line visible on this map?
I don't, no, not on this
okay.
sheet, unfortunately. But we'll bring up another drawing that has
Thank
it.
And just for informational purposes, the coastal erosion hazard line, there is not a setback from that line. You can
No.
build up to it, but the Dolliver line does have a setback.
Yes, the Dolliver line has a 100-foot setback. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that a little bit later. So when you look at the drawings, we put one on top of another. So this is the second drawing, which is now the approval in 2006. The next one we have is, you can see that in this instance, this was our first application. We have taken away the garage and actually the swimming pool that currently sits here right now. Our existing swimming pool sits right here. And then we've taken that and we've redesigned the house to something that's more rectangular. The swimming pool is moved in the location down near where it had been previously approved. Based upon some comments that we received from the board, you'll see there's 2 driveways here proposed in this plan. Based upon some comments we received from the board, we made changes to that. Let's go to the next one. So here are the changes. This was retreated back a little bit further in this corner. We provided additional drainage on the plan. At the request of 2 of the board members, a driveway that was proposed up in this area has been eliminated. Existing driveway that goes up through here, loops around this way. That's been eliminated to provide additional area for native vegetation. The existing sanitary system on the property is right in here. Can you go back one? Go back another one. So when the board approved this plan in 2006, there was a new septic system placed over here, but they left this system here. They allowed the system to remain here. This is 89 feet from the wetlands line.
Did it remain but not in use?
No, it remained and in use.
Oh, so they had two septic
They had two septic systems, yeah. So what we've done is in our plan, we've eliminated that to maximize the setback to wetlands. So let's scroll now back two more, forward. We've expanded the buffer there in the corner, that's the green area, around the wetlands. So is this
what are the blue circles to the my
this
left?
is drainage control,
Gotcha.
stormwater runoff drainage control. So we have that here. We have some here in the parking court. We have some drainage control right in front of the grass paved parking here, which is over top of and smaller than the existing parking that's there right now. We've got drainage control in the driveway, which then was further expanded. We have drainage under the tennis court and then drainage over here. So it's all drainage control to provide a stormwater runoff.
None of that exists.
Yeah, none of that exists. So we're asking for wetlands relief from the wetlands pocket for what we're proposing to do. Actually, so is this the last one? So this is the last version. Okay, so can you just scroll between this one and the final one that we have? So here, if you look between, these two. So go to the absolutely final one. Next one. That one. So this is existing. This is what's existing now, today. I'll go back one. That's what's proposed. Pulling back through here, taking the swimming pool, moving it in that location, and expanding the house. Trying as best we can to balance the.
What's the pink in the my lower right corner?
That's the new sanitary system. So the new sanitary system that is now proposed here. The closest that the residence is to the wetlands. That's
If I may, the existing sanitary, the proposed sanitary system will be 200 feet.
yes,
Which meets the standard. The
Right.
existing one, 90 feet?
89.
89.
89.
From wetlands.
From wetlands. From wetlands.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
huge.
The
But
closest.
is there a setback from the Dolliver line for septic facilities?
The closest point of the new residence is now 82.5 feet from the wetlands.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. The setback would be the same as the regular setback from the dollar line.
He said no interruptions.
I didn't want to leave a misimpression with Mr. Hooper, that's all.
Okay.
See, he interrupts me.
Here he goes already.
The closest point of the new residence is 82.3 feet from the
Mitch,
wetlands.
sorry, now I'm going to interrupt you. As you go and down these technical figures,
Yeah.
would you mind kind of pointing us
Sure.
to what aspect of the house you're referring to
Okay.
specifically?
Sure.
And maybe there's an architectural plan, or maybe you want to go off
Yeah,
that plan, but just
Maybe we should put up the architectural plan. Let's put the architectural, the landscape plan. That's probably the best plan to put up.
it makes it a little less abstract
Yeah,
when we can
yeah.
see on the plan.
So this is the landscape plan. It's turned, obviously. Meadow Lane is over here. Ocean is down there. And actually here you can see this is part of the Dolliver line here, the blue line. I think that's what that is, right? Is that, I point that correctly? Yeah, so it's a Dolliver line, coastal erosion hazard line. So at present, the setback to the wetlands pocket, which is in here, is 30 feet from the existing swimming pool and patio decking to 30.8 feet to the wetlands. We're increasing that setback by 52 feet on this property to 82.3 feet with this proposal. On the seaward side of the residence, the swimming pool has been redesigned, and the patios have been reduced slightly in size, and it meets the setback of what had been approved in 2006. The sanitary engineer re-examined, at the last meeting, we presented to the board that the revised sanitary system, and the application, the plan before that had a slight variance needed for the septic system. We went back and we pushed the engineers. You know, with a project like this, you have multiple people. You know, it's a little bit of a choreographed dance to get the landscape architect and the engineers, you know, and everybody to get all their drawings in line. And the drawing that we had at the prior iteration needed a slight relief to the wetland setback, was I think 198 feet. We went back and we pushed them and said, we want it conforming. So they adjusted the sanitary system. So it's 200 feet, which is much better than the 89 feet that exists on the property right now. It's compliant, and it will be a low nitrogen IA system. That's the green area up in the upper right-hand corner. That is the sanitary system up there. Regarding stormwater runoff control, the plan was revised that we submitted at the last meeting, because the memo from Nelson Pope and Vory suggested that we look to see if we can provide additional drainage. So we increased the stormwater runoff capacity adjacent to the grass paved parking. That is in this area here. We increased the stormwater storage capacity in the motor court, which is up in that area, at the top of the drawing. We increased the storage capacity underneath the entire length of the driveway now, so it extends all the way down through here. So we've got drainage control for there, and it's underneath the tennis court. So they were able to accomplish this. LaGuardia Design was able to accomplish this without changing the fill volumes for the property, because we said that we don't want to have to see some interruption in the site conditions relative to floodplain control. So they worked hard to try to make sure that we had additional drainage. I would note that in the village code, there is no requirement for specific drainage control in residential properties. There's nothing in the code that says you have to have a certain amount, but we've used a 2-inch storage capacity, which is typical of residential site plans. And then with the additions, we have even greater drainage control for this. The plan, the grading plan, the landscape and grading plan for this shows that there's a net reduction in fill on the property. We do not need to bring fill onto the site to develop this. There's actually 44 yards of fill that are actually going to be removed from the site when we're finished. So no fill is going to come to the site. We've added stormwater drainage control that doesn't exist. Regarding coverage, the existing site coverage, we were asked this back in an earlier meeting to assess existing site coverage within the 125-foot wetland setback. So at present, there's 14,320 square feet of structure within the 125-foot setback. That's being reduced by nearly 30%. So we're pulling away from the wetland setback with this improvement. The existing coverage within 150-foot setback, which is your wetland setback for structures in the village, that's also reducing from 17,442 to 15,215 square feet. It's a 13% reduction. It gets harder, the further away you get from that, the harder it is to make larger jumps of reduction. And when you look at the setback requirements for this property from wetlands and from the dune crest, there is virtually no conforming envelope on this property that's reasonable. There's a small triangular shaped envelope in the corner. So we worked hard for this board, recognizing the questions that have been given to us. The owners have compromised their plans along the way. It's been no small effort on our part, and it's actually been at no small cost. At the last meeting, we had submitted significant documents to this board responding to the Nelson Pope and Vory's memo. There was an extensive memo that we received, which required us to do an extensive response. You received revised architectural plans, revised landscape design and drainage plan, revised surveys from Squires and Holden, revised comparative setback analysis showing the existing and proposed improvements relative to wetlands and the Dolliver line. You had a revised wetlands analysis of the property prepared by my office, just to discuss the character of the wetlands on the property. And this is the submission that we made. So I hopefully all of you have it, and hopefully you'll all take a look at it, because I think if you're going to review the record for this, it would be important for you to see the documents that we've submitted. There was a separate wetlands assessment by Dr. Lee Wisher from the Woods Hole Group. He's here, and he's a coastal specialist that we brought in from Massachusetts, who's done a lot of work throughout Southampton, the East End, and he confirmed the findings that my office did relative to the wetlands on the site. Dr. Wisher also provided to this board an updated shoreline stability analysis to be able to demonstrate that in terms of the Dolliver relief, which was a dune crest setback requirement established 42 years ago, that in fact the beach in this area has grown in width, the dunes have grown in width. A lot of that has to do with the jetty at Shinnecock Inlet, but I'm going to let him speak about that in a moment. We've prepared a response to the applicable sections of the Nelson Pope and Voorhees report, along with a number of other things. There's a detailed memo from Bennett and Reed responding and addressing the Nelson Pope and Voorhees memo, and speaks to some of the legal issues relative to this. And then there's a neighborhood analysis. This project has substantial benefits, which we hope that the board would recognize. It substantially increases the setback of structures to wetlands. The structures are located behind the coastal erosion hazard line. All structures will meet the setback from the Dolliver line that was previously granted by this board. And I think we've demonstrated to this board with technical experts, aerial photography, surveys, and submissions from other experts that this property is stable, the beach is growing in width. The dune land on this property provides protection for this site. Can you put up the meadow lane? Oh, she's right there. So regarding it's nice to have somebody who can follow along. Regarding the Dolliver line, we had provided to this board at one of the earlier meetings a fairly extensive presentation relative to the Dolliver line. So I'm just going to go through very quickly with it for you. 80% of the village, you have 6.7 miles of the shoreline of the village, 80% of the village, which is everything east of probably 4 houses west of Road D, everything from there all the way down to the town line, gets to use a measurement of 100 feet from the first rank of Ocean Beach dunes. So if you were in a different part of the village, you would measure 100 feet from here back. I think what the village was trying to do when they established this Dolliver line was to try to establish some sort of seaward limit for construction in this area back then, which was completely undeveloped. I believe that this is a relic. I think, and we've talked with surveyors, we've provided an analysis showing topographic information of what's going on in this area, and it doesn't reflect, if you look at topographically where that line is, and we submitted more detailed information on the record, it doesn't follow a crest of dune any longer. The crest of dunes have actually grown and built out in this area. So we're not asking to take 100 feet from the crest of dune. We're asking to be able to go to the coastal erosion hazard line. So we're asking for some relief relative to that. Only 20% of the village is required to use this particular setback. We are 330 feet back from the actual crest of dune on this property. It's where the village has a 100-foot setback, if we were measuring with the same yardstick. We've had some discussion about the trustees of this village probably should consider an evaluation of this, because it has been in the code for a long time and it's never really been discussed. This board has granted quite a few variances to the Dolliver line along this area. And I think when they've looked at it, they've looked at the site conditions of what's there, and they can see that the line is really a relic. So we've asked for relief from that. The residence that we propose is going to be FEMA compliant, so it'll meet the floodplain requirements. The current residence is not. So that is something that I think is an objective that the village has and should have relative to your implementation of the floodplain regulations.
So that means just building it higher above sea level?
Higher above sea level and on pilings.
Okay.
On pilings. We were careful in the design of this in terms of compatibility with neighborhood, which is one of the standards, is to be intelligent with what's happening with what's going on relative to the homes on either side. So we have an aerial photograph here. The two red lines, can you zoom in on that? So we developed two red lines on here. One is the bottom line is the seaward edge of the existing swimming pools. on either side of us, and the top red line is the seaward edge of homes on either side of us. Because we want to be sure that we're not sitting proud of them, that we're not interrupting their views, and we're not interrupting the enjoyment that they have of their property. This actually, here's the Dolliver line here. And that pinkish line that's underneath the red line is the coastal erosion hazard line. The design was careful to be sure that we're respectful of our neighbors. And in fact, you have in the record letters from both neighbors supporting this application. The existing house is non-conforming to the maximum height allowed in the village. So even though it's FEMA non-compliant, it's taller than what's allowed in the village. And the revised house, the house that we're proposing, will be compliant to the maximum height. So it's actually going to be a little bit lower than what's there. Can you go back to the landscape plan? I think one of the important parts of this project is that these owners are unusual. I mean that in a very nice way. I've been practicing this village for 45 years, probably before this board for probably 40 years. And I can't remember the last time I've had an applicant who has said that they want to turn the landscape on their property entirely native. So we have a property now that has non-native vegetation, it has lawns, it has other vegetation on it. And the landscape plan that they've charged LaGuardia to do is to turn this entire property, all the landscaping will be stripped off and it's all going to become native vegetation. I think it's probably actually a model for properties when you're looking at these kind of things. The plan will be removing invasive plant species that are on the property that New York State has designated. We are going to be increasing the size of the recorded covenant. There's a recorded covenant that is this purple line here, which is it's curious and odd because they did a covenant, a non-disturbance covenant, but in the covenant they allowed the driveway to go through it. So what we have proposed to do is we propose to amend the covenant, which would now include all of this. So we take the driveway out because that only makes sense, and then extend the size of the buffer that would be here. So it's going to increase by about 30%. So in closing, I would just say that I think if this application is reviewed fairly and in the context of the site conditions that are there, because I don't think that it's fair to look at this as a scraped site, as a vacant site. We do have improvements here that are legal, that are allowed to be there. But also the environmental conditions that are on the property, the quality of the wetlands that are here. And I know the code doesn't speak to that in terms of the black and white in the code, but this board in prior decisions has considered the quality of wetlands. You have considered the quality of wetlands, and we've submitted documents, which John may talk about, relative to the wetlands that are on other properties where the board has evaluated the condition of those wetlands and has granted relief to that. So we're asking for relief. We're planning on taking out, we're going to redo the wetlands. We're going to have a larger, better quality wetlands on this property as well as the buffers that are around it. And I think that it's important for this board, I don't want to tell you what to do, but I think that it's only fair that you look at this in context of some of the history of what you've done with other applications. So I appreciate your listening to me. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. I'm going to turn it over to Lee Wisher because I think it would be important for you to hear a little bit about what he's done on this project over the past year and a half relative to the evaluation of it. And then after that, John Bennett's going to get up. We do have Ian Handback here from LaGuardia, and we also have Michael Lamont from Still Lamont Rawani, the architects, if there are any questions relative to the project. So thank you for indulging me, and if you require any information, we're happy to provide it.
Rich, before you step down,
Yep.
you mentioned it. Do you have a site plan that shows what your allowable buildable envelope would be?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we have it on the computer. So here's the Dolliver line. Yeah, thank you, Shannon. Here's the Dolliver line. Here's the 100-foot setback from the Dolliver line. Here's the coastal erosion hazard line. This is the 150-foot wetland setback for structures. This is your required side yard setback. So that small triangle there is your conforming envelope on this property. It creates essentially an unusable spot. And so what we've looked to do with this plan, as I hope you've understood from the presentation, is that we've looked to create certainly a better condition on this property than what exists. What exists there is legal. It's allowed to be there. And we've been working as hard as we can to try to address the concerns of the board. But clearly, I think if you look at this from an environmental perspective and not simply a scraped site where that's the conforming envelope, make it fit in that blue hatched area. I think if you look at it in the context of what is on the property and what's allowed to be there, you'll see that we've retreated, we've improved on almost every single aspect of this site. So, with anything else?
Another question for Mr. Warren?
That was enormously helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, and we're here to provide any information. We know this is a lot for you. This is a new board, and we're here to try to address any questions that you have. So,
Chick, I think you may
Yeah,
have
just
questions.
real quick, you talked about the additional drainage since the last plan. I didn't hear any specifics on that, just as far as capacity.
we
it was
have,
designed for 2 inches, what is it now?
yeah, we have.
Also, what are the pickup points? Where is the drainage being captured?
I'm going to let Ian Handback handle
There you
that
go.
because he designed the plan.
Perfect.
So this way I don't make a mistake.
Ian Hamback, LaGuardia Design. So Chick, the drainage is a series of traffic-bearing PVC pipes, and they're set right above groundwater. I think we have a cross-section on the drainage plan. I mean, this driveway, Chick, is designed to be a pervious driveway, right? So the idea is that the water's going to perk through. It's going to find its way into those pipes. They're going to be perforated PVC, and they're going to have a holding volume. And until that water is ready to recharge into the groundwater, it's going to be able to sit there. You can see it in this detail right here. If we need to add pickup points, the nice thing about this being a matrix of PVC pipes is we can just drop a solid pipe down in there with a catch basin inlet right at the surface. And we're probably going to want to do some of that in certain spots. But the way it's designed right now, it's intended to be a pervious driveway. So the idea is that water is going to perk through, and it's going to make its way into these holding structures. And eventually it's going to seep down into the groundwater as it recharges.
Did you look at the compaction of the driveway and how permeable it is presently?
Well, that's why I think we're going to ultimately need to add in drainage inlets in the surface, and we're going to determine that as we go through construction. But the way this is designed, there's no oil and stone, there's no binder. Everything's going to be crushed stone with a top dressing of loose gravel. So it's been designed to function in that way.
It's all being removed, it's all being replaced.
Oh, this is all new driveway.
Being designed
Yeah.
as a permeable driveway.
Yeah, none of this is existing. This is all going to be brand new driveway. You know, we're going to have to do that in order to get the drainage into the subbase. It's all going to have to be taken out.
Is it possible to, and this has been done on other projects in the village, is it possible to put a trench drain or some type of pickup point at the lowest point before it gets to Meadow Lane?
Yeah, that's absolutely possible.
That's a fine condition.
Yeah.
In a list of conditions, that's a perfectly acceptable condition.
Well, we can discuss how to, but I think that would be an important point.
Sure.
Just because it is consistent with other drainage designs that we've looked at before at the board here.
Yeah, I mean, in essence, that would become a manifold at the end of these pipes, right? And allow it to feed back. So I don't see any reason why we couldn't do that.
And are there pickup points for the tennis court drainage?
So the entire court's going to pitch, right? And so, yeah, and so we'll have on the low side, we're going to have a continuous track drain there, and all those pipes will feed into that.
In the design plans?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a construction detail on that, but we do show the pitch on that court, and so we're going to utilize that pitch to locate that drain.
Thank you.
Of course.
I just want to offer one more comment relative to drainage. The board should recognize that along the entirety of Meadow Lane, which is owned by the Village of Southampton, there is no drainage control. There's none. I mean, the water hits the asphalt surface and runs the wetlands to the north. It runs on the properties to the south. And private property owners that come before you, like this one, are doing what they can to improve the drainage conditions in this area. So I think it's just something that should be kept in perspective of what's going on here, that the village themselves haven't provided drainage for this long strip of asphalt that's down through here. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is Lee Wisher. I work at the Woods Hole Group in Bourne, Massachusetts. I'm here tonight, obviously representing the applicant. We have submitted to you a lot of information, data, materials, reports, and the new members are probably thinking they've been fed with a fire hose right at the moment. But so I don't want to go over it. Rich has done an absolute wonderful job summing this up, but there are 3 points that I just wanted to hit a highlight on, if I could. The first is the beach has been steadily growing in spite of the storms like Superstorm Sandy and others. The secondary dune is located seaward of the primary dune. It was eroded during Superstorm Sandy. It functioned as expected. It eroded, but it protected the primary dune, and so therefore there was no erosion to that primary dune. And that secondary dune located seaward has been growing steadily ever since Superstorm Sandy. And this is the definition of resiliency. Coastal resiliency has been defined as the capacity of ocean shorelines to adapt to, resist the effects of climate change, including more frequent, intense storms and sea level rise. Secondly, we've demonstrated that the dollar line, in our opinion, is no longer applicable. Now, the dollar line was needed when it was originally established. There wasn't, if you look at the historical area photographs, there was overwash areas. There was, there weren't the dunes that are developing and have developed since that line was established. And so the conditions along the shoreline have changed dramatically, and that was described in some detail in my letter to Inner Science, September 5th, 2023, which was subsequently submitted to the board. In that report, I've showed the following. First, the dunes have been accreting and expanding at a rate of over 6 feet per year for the last 26 plus years. They're still building. The natural protective feature, or the primary dune, is located approximately 300 feet from the proposed project.
Doctor, may I interrupt you for 1 minute?
Absolutely.
When you say 6 feet per year, are you talking localized to
Yeah.
Meadow Lane?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
But only this end of Meadow Lane. I don't think they're growing 6 feet on the east end of Meadow Lane. No way.
Just right in the adjacent properties, 1,000 feet on either side of
That's what I thought.
property.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And I said the secondary dune located seaward of the primary dune is growing and has continued to grow. The entire project is proposed entirely landward of the Sea High line. And FEMA is the controlling agency for building standards in this, on this property. Thirdly, Rich mentioned a small local localized wetland or isolated wetland on the property. It's been shown to be an isolated from any water source. It's dry. It's dominated by phragmites, and it has extremely low wetland values. At the time of my inspection, there were no vertebrates or invertebrates that were observed. No birds were observed using the wetland. The wetland is completely isolated by a large earthen berm to the west of the property, or west of the isolated wetland. There's a wall to the north, which isolates it from Meadow Lane. And there's no connection to the bay across Meadow Lane or any other freshwater wetland source. So we have proposed a wetlands restoration plan with the following goals. First, to eliminate the invasives, specifically Phragmites and others species. And that will increase the diversity of the restored wetland, increase the biodiversity, increase wetland productivity, and increase the wetland values. So in summary, it's my opinion that approving this proposed project will result in dramatic improvements of the site and will not have any negative effects on the dunes or the beaches on the seaward side of the proposed project. In my opinion, the board would have to look fairly hard to find a project along this section of shoreline that would result in improvements to the environment that we were proposing. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
When you say the small wetlands pocket is cut off from water sources, could it be said that maybe it's being ground fed given the water table is so high?
It's possible that there are some that it's receiving some groundwater, but it wasn't evident. I did my site visit the week prior. We had hellacious rains here,
Sure.
and the wetland was almost completely dry. I mean, it was damp underneath some of the Phragmites thatch, but it wasn't. I walked through the center of it, I didn't even leave footprints.
Okay. Questions?
No, no.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
So thank you, Lee, and thank you, Rich. Always a pleasure to work with both of you. What I'd like to do is take the board through some of the manner in which this board is since 1989, and since I've been, which is the first time that there was a village wetlands law, how the board has been dealing with these properties, and it's a good thing, because what you have is you have a body of your own, in effect, what we would call case law, but you have a body of your own work to demonstrate how the board, I think quite properly, has dealt with properties, particularly properties that are improved already. And when somebody comes in, and you can't expect them to come in and say, I want an addition without giving something back. People may not like this, but what it is horse trading goes on. I want a property. I want to increase it, but I'm going to elevate it to conform to FEMA. I'm going to pull back the septic system. I'm going to put a new septic system in. I'm going to pull back the approved structures that are existing and pre-existing on the property to make a net benefit. So we have submitted certain prior decisions demonstrating a long pattern by this board of granting relief consistent with this application, very consistent with this application. And that was within our June 18th, 2024 submission. So we compiled a neighborhood analysis for Meadow Lane. If you could bring that up, Shannon, I'll put a copy of it. This is we talked about this before. This is the actual high-end that conforms to all the various setbacks. This is, in the old days, we would call that a classic practical difficulty. So let me try to get this to towards you. That works. I'm so sorry. That's very helpful. And what you're going to see here, because I'm going to the first case I'm going to talk about is an oceanfront case. We're going to talk about some of the oceanfront cases. Then I'm going to talk about some of these Meadow Lane cases on the north side, and you'll see how the board has grappled successfully, I'd say, with these issues. Let's talk a little bit about the Dolliver Line requested. It's no greater than the variance which was already granted by this board on this very property, on this very property. And what did the board say when they granted the Dolliver Line relief to George Votis, who owned this property? This was attached to my June 18th correspondence as Exhibit C. Relating to this very property, the board held the applicant has submitted updated topographic and survey information showing substantial dunes on the subject parcel to the south of the 1981 survey line deemed to be the crest of the first rank of ocean dunes, pursuant to 116.8D1. In view of the foregoing, and upon considering the assessment of our environmental consultant, Nelson Pope Voorhees, and all relevant factors, we find that a dune setback variance for such proposed construction is warranted. This is the same property. Nothing has changed. If anything, as you're all aware, given the fact of the location of the groins at the inlet and how they capture sand, if anything. And you can tell me to keep my day job any time. But there's been the beach has continued to grow. So that's very important in terms of the dollar line request we've made here. The board and Nelson Pope and Voorhees have often recognized, contrary to the April report, that the dollar line is an effective vestigial aspect of the code. So, for example, in the matter of Amy, Adele, and Van Greenfield, the board stated, this is critical. We consider the requested dune setback dollar line variance to be a technical variance, which is warranted given the current dune topography conditions. And we submitted a copy of that application. In matter of Greenblatt, which is a 2015 decision, I'm going to talk about that later because Greenblatt also involves some wetlands relief. This board held the applicant requests relief from the village code section, the dollar line, the actual crest of dune was determined by topographic survey methods submitted. The village is in agreement with the actual crest of dune per project plans, and based upon actual site topography, all improvements are located 200 feet from the actual crest of dune. The dune setback relief is thus not significant. And the actual setback relief is not found to be significant given the actual crest of dune. That's very, very important. The Greenblatt home was permitted to be constructed 98 feet from the dollar line. Here we're proposing 85.9. Same setback that this board approved on this very property. However, the actual dune crest on this property is 330 feet from the proposed residence. Again, that's a football field plus 30 feet. So what happened was the dollar line, and I've spoken to, bless you, spoken to Bobby Smith at Squires and Hold about this was a stopgap thing. There wasn't much development down there. And clearly the situation has changed dramatically. That easterly groin traps the sand. It accretes in this area of the village. And the board has recognized that. There's no question about it. So that's as it relates to the variance for the dollar line. And again, you've granted the relief and you made certain findings and those in the past, and those findings haven't changed. The house that we're proposing is a bit different, but as it relates to the dollar line, none of the analysis has changed. We're holding that setback. And by the way, that variance, for whatever it's worth, is still live. It does not have a durational limit. It runs with the land. With respect to the request for the special wetlands permit, I'm going to talk about this Greenblatt case, where you granted some dollar line relief, and that's on the ocean front. And I've discussed that. The application and the map for it is in the plans. In addition to granting a dollar line relief, there was a house was allowed to be constructed 96.8 feet from the wetlands with entrance stairs of about 72.6 feet. Here, the applicant is proposing construction of the entirety of the home, including entry stairs, 82.3 feet. So essentially, we're talking about the same thing. On Greenblatt, which we handled, my office handled, the home before the approval was approximately 7,000 square feet, and the home currently on the property, which was built pursuant to this board approval, is 11,591 square feet, 4,000 square feet larger. Let me talk about these bayfront properties, and it's important that you recognize, I'm going to key into something that Rich said and what Lee demonstrated handily. The quality of the wetlands on this property is nothing compared to the quality of the wetlands on the north side of Meadow Lane, and I'll talk to you about some fairly substantial relief that you've granted based upon what is, pretty pristine wetlands. Spartina, it's flooded. It literally is over there. It's the, what do they call it, the cradle of the ocean. You'll go down there and you'll see from a benthic point of view, very healthy wetlands down there. Not so much at all on this property. And the board has taken that into account. For example, in the application of Abby Rosen, a setback of less than 50 feet was allowed. The board specifically recognized that it was not a significant wetland. So yes, does the code talk about that? No, but codes can't cover everything. And one of the things we do here is give you proof and give you facts, which hopefully will make you comfortable in granting this type of relief. But I'm going to run them quickly. I'm going to run through them very quickly for you. And I'm familiar with them because I represented the owners. No, all of them. A lot of them. 1421 Meadow Lane, which is just to the west side of Road D, allowed an addition, 64 feet from the wetlands, and a porch 55 feet from the wetlands, and a wastewater system 75 feet from the wetlands. We're conforming. We're going to conform with the wastewater system, which is the thing that people should be most concerned about. The village has the most significant setback for wastewater systems on the east end. I think I'll stand uncorrected on that. The town of Southampton is 150. 200, we've been able to meet that, and that's monumental as far as I'm concerned on this.
John, pardon the interruption.
Yes.
What does the red line represent on the north side of Meadow?
Red line is the wetlands line.
Just the extent of the existing wetlands.
Yeah.
Okay.
And these are all taken from. See, we're not guessing at this. These are all taken from actual surveys.
Super. Thank you.
And the green line is the 150-foot setback.
From that.
Yeah, it's like right. It's in the middle of the road and even further away from the road on some of these lots. So you'll see how significant the relief that has been granted. And at first you'd say, wow. But when you see the analysis that the board went into, you'll see why they granted the relief, because the new construction was going to be a net environmental benefit. Raised houses, further setback, buffers where there were no buffers, septic systems further pulled back from the wetlands. 1401 Meadow Lane, and excuse me, I refer to these as the owners may not be the owners anymore, but that's the Beard, was the Beard property. It was approximately just a little bit shy of 2,000 square feet. The house, a new home, approximately 3,000 square feet from the wetlands. Again, from Shinnecock Bay, was permitted to be constructed with a setback of 50 feet from the wetlands. 1391, Van Greenfield handled that as well. An addition at 48 feet from the wetlands was allowed. 1377, Hickey, the existing home before the application, before this board, and before the grant, was 1,385 square feet. 1,385 square feet. You don't have to believe me, look at the decision. A home of over 3,300 square feet in size. Only 50 feet from the wetland was permitted to be constructed, almost 3 times with a larger footprint than the pre-existing home. Why? Because all of the environmental mitigation was built into the plan. 1361 Greenwald, that's the home of the former chairman. A wetlands permit was granted to permit construction of a home 45.3 feet from the wetlands with a sanitary system 100 feet from the wetlands and a pool where there hadn't been one 57.4 feet from the wetlands. Here, the wastewater system and pool have been located beyond the regulated area. So we have 200 feet for the wastewater system and 150 feet for the pool. Am I correct with that? 150 feet from the pool? Well, so we're conforming with these two. What are, you go into all these boards on the east end, what's the first thing they want to know? Where's the septic system? Where's the pool? We've made it conform here. Where it doesn't at all, way out of conformity with the existing property. We're going to make that work. And the green wall before the construction was in the low 2,000 square feet, and a grant for 3,400 square feet with a pool, again, 57.4 feet from wetlands where there hadn't been a pool. Golub, I handled that as well. It was approximately 2,000 square. That's 1351. There was approximately 2,000 square foot home replaced with a 3,500 square foot home, only 50 feet from the wetlands. Why? Because he moved, like all of them, they moved the house back from the wetlands. It's hard to achieve a very significant setback on these homes, on these redevelopments, but they were moved back, septic systems, buffers, all the stuff that you want to insist on, but the board has granted. Finally, 1323. Sometimes I call it Swinto, sometimes I call it Ripka, Judith Ripka, the jewelry manufacturer used to own it, but then it was bought by a guy by the name of, a couple by the name of Esquinto. That was a wetlands permit to permit construction of proposed residence. A pool 50 feet from wetlands with a sanitary system 75 feet from the wetlands. It started out as 2,400 square feet, and it ended up approximately 4,000 square feet in size. So here you see, at the last meeting, the former chairman tried to argue that the applicant is proposing to redevelop the when an applicant is proposing to redevelop the subject property, the board should not be considering any existing conditions on the site. That's contrary to language found in prior decisions, contrary to this board's very smart method of dealing with these things and ending up with net much better environmental benefits. And I would suggest it's just simply contrary to logic.
John, hold on just 1 second. Brian, do you agree with that? From a legal standpoint?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well, let's talk about that, because this is why zoning boards of appeal were created. That's the conforming envelope.
I think that's should be the sole crux of your case.
Well, it is. That's what, in so many words, that's what we've been saying.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you can't fit a reasonable sized house, reasonable improvements, all of the things that Meadow Lane houses have throughout the area. And by the way, this is not a particularly large one. I mean, it's not a small house, but there are much larger houses on Meadow Lane with much less mitigation involved. We're really trying to bring this into the future. But there's a wetlands permit for 1990 Meadow Lane. And it sort of puts the lie to the thought that they're supposed to look at this as not look at the existing conditions. This is what you've done wisely, properly, responsibly throughout the board's time period since 1989 of handling wetlands approvals. The applicant has, and why am I reading a lot? Because I'm reading your own language back to you. Sometimes that's the most forceful thing. The applicant, this is your own language, the applicant has submitted a comparative assessment that demonstrates the overall project will provide a net environmental benefit in terms of site improvement. The proposed setbacks and site development configuration are found on balance to improve environmental conditions on the subject site as compared to existing conditions and improvements.
What document says that?
This is the wetlands permit for 1990 Meadow Lane.
Okay.
The dune setback relief is not found to be significant, and the setback relief is not found to be significant given the actual crest of dune. And regarding wetland setback, the reduction of impervious surfaces and non-native coverage within wetland setbacks. As a result of this, the net environmental benefit, the requested setbacks, although less than required, are found to be warranted, and the coastal permit and the wetlands permit is recommended for approval. That's Nelson Pope's report. That's really important. What are we doing here? We're following the pattern that this board has wisely used in the past. So, for example, the redevelopment plan on this property will result in a reduction of coverage within the 125-foot regulated area of 4,000 square feet and a reduction in coverage within the 150-foot regulated area of 2,227 square feet. Rich and I have been doing this probably for longer than we want to remember. When we look at these plans, we look at your body of decisions and we say, that's not going to work because they don't like that. I mean, to use an example, not maybe necessarily in the wetlands area, this board, in the 40 some odd years I've been practicing before this board, I've obtained one lot coverage variance for Our Lady of the Hamptons School. This board has never granted a GFA request. So when people come to us and they talk to us, we say, don't even ask. But there are other types of applications that we look at the body of what this board has done wisely, fairly, responsibly, reasonably, and with a lot of respect to the property owners, and we say, yes, that's consistent with the law, that's consistent with the law that the board has developed. let's talk a little bit about the tennis court, because I know there was some concern about leaving it there. The ability to impose condition is limited. If you look at most of the case law out of conditions, the whole idea is that they're trying to protect the neighbors. And of course, the abutting neighbors have provided letters to the board that they have no objection. Then we looked on September 12th, 2023, one of the board members, actually two board members, had questioned whether or not the applicant would be willing to remove the tennis court. And if this is critical, that tennis court was constructed pursuant to a variance. So we told you that the applicant was not willing. The applicants played tennis. That was one of the things that attracted to them. And remember, we're reducing the coverage within the 150-foot and the 120-foot area nevertheless. But when the question of removing the tennis court was raised, then counsel, Mr. Borkman, warned you against it. He stated, for the board's edification, very long short story, there's a long line of case law which curtails to what extent this ZBA or any ZBA or planning board can demand of an applicant or condition of approval. I'm just reading it. He's not writing. He's speaking, so it's not perfect. I'm just putting it out there for the edification of the board, floating the idea of removal of things which are already as of right or already benefit from variances. So he nailed it. Matter of Plandome Road Associates versus Board of Zoning Board of Appeals of the Town of Hempstead. It's a case I've cited quite frequently. You can't impose a condition which requires removal of improvements permitted, particularly pursuant to a previously granted variance. So in summary, I just wanted to hit that was important. And in terms of nexus, we're increasing the benefit by having drainage, and they're more than happy if Chick in his analysis wants to require as a condition enhanced drainage, even enhanced over what's proposed, more than happy to do it. So there's been no demonstrated negative effect, no detriment to the construction of these improvements, only environmental benefits. Even retaining the existing tennis court, we're reducing coverage within both the 125 and the 150 foot. Applicants modified the proposal before this board to further retreat from the wetlands into the northwestern portion of the property. We're relocating the wastewater system and the pool. We've shown you consistently board's attitude towards the dollar line, which is really vestigial. And remember, I don't think it's something, we don't argue that lightly. The actual dune crest setback that we're going to achieve is 330 feet, and the board has recognized that in the past. So we don't see any detriment whatsoever. I did want to note that, and I think Lee touched on this, there was Chick, in going through the analysis, had a consideration of sea level rise and splash zones. They are not in the code. However, Chick's being responsible about this. The addition of the 2-foot freeboard requirement and the latest FEMA flood map update took rising sea levels into account. And most important is, if we're concerned about this stuff, the existing house doesn't conform to FEMA. The new house will. I think this is a great case. I wouldn't have taken it if I didn't. I've said this before, and I mean this in absolute sincerity. I don't take a case, and neither does Rich Warren, because of how we want this board to respect us. We never take a case that we don't think should be granted. I know that sounds stark, but that's what it is. We do a lot of this board's culling for them. People come to us and ask us to ask for things that we say, that's not reasonable, based upon the law, based upon the board's prior conduct, based upon what the case law says. So I feel very confident standing before you and saying, it's a great application, we should grant it. Any other questions? I don't know. Anybody has any part of the team?
I have a question about the wetlands.
Sure.
You had mentioned that they're very, very dry. And I went yesterday and I couldn't agree with you more. It's extremely dry after all that rain. So you're going to take out the indigenous, which is wonderful. And then what are you going to plant there that will
Invasive.
Invasive.
I make that mistake all
Invasive.
the time.
I do know the difference. sometimes.
Just want the record.
So you take out the invasive and you put in something that should grow if there was water in this, but there's not water.
No,
So would they
these
live?
plants are, the plants that are proposed aren't dependent on, they're more high marsh type species in diversity, so they don't depend on being wetted. Just as an aside, Spartina alterniflora will grow happily in an upland environment. It just gets out competed. And so basically the revegetation plan, I don't really remember all the species that are being planted right now, but what's that?
I just wonder if Ian wanted
Oh, yeah. Come on up here. He developed the plan, and you can talk about the species.
Well, in as much as you want to get into the weeds, no pun intended by that. To Lee's point, these aren't full immersion plants. They're plants that like wet feet. There's switchgrass. There's Ilex verticillata. There's groundsel. There's a mix of all sorts of natives in there. They do sort of favor the lower areas. We do go with like the panicum and the winterberry because it's going to do better where the groundwater's closer. As we get a little more upland, we start to favor things like bayberry that are going to be happy down there, but don't rely on the wet feet quite as much. So we tried to create a tapestry there of native plants that are going to be happiest in the conditions that we've located them in. But none of them need to be in water.
Yeah, so Linda actually brings up a great point, right? Is there going to need to be a complete irrigation system throughout this?
Yeah, typically there's a condition after 2 years, the temporary establishment irrigation system is abandoned.
Right.
The reality is you typically don't need it beyond the first year as long as the timing of the planting is done right. But it's nice to have it for that second year just to make sure you don't have a lot of loss.
Right. They make a big deal every year about the top water users, right? And they're typically Meadow Lane.
Not going to be on that list.
They're up there. Not going to be on this list.
Yeah, there's no lawn here. I mean, I know Rich touched on that before, but these are all plants that want to be here. And after establishment, which, depending on when they're planted, a lot of these projects wrap up in the spring, summer. Once they've been through a full year and they've established, they're not really going to need a lot of supplemental water, if any.
All right, that's good to know. That's helpful to know. Tom, Carol?
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Ian. Anything for John? No? Is there anyone from the public that wants to ask questions or be heard on this? No? So, Linda and Carol, this is your first night hearing about this. How do you feel in terms of the ability to discuss and deliberate? Do you want more time to sit with everything that you've heard and do more research, or?
I believe it or not, I've read the file, so I didn't understand some of it, of course, and you've answered a lot of it and made it come to life. So I think I'm fairly prepared.
Me too.
Okay.
Luke, could I make a request?
Please do.
John, the way that we summarized the application for the board on the agenda, I think reflected the original application. As you mentioned, there's been a lot of changes since then. Do you think before the next meeting you could help update some of these setbacks? And I think probably some of these requests.
Alex, that we closed the meeting. The relief that was requested was actually greater than what you have before you, so that doesn't create any sort of notice problem. If you want, as a written submission for us to do that, we can do that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're describing it accurately for the board.
I agree. I agree 100%. Yeah.
Great. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
What did you say? Oh, go ahead. Speak up and introduce yourself.
Bailey Larkin with Bennett and Reed. In our June 18th, 2024 submission at, let me see what tab I'm on, tab 6, there's actually a chart listing all of the current setbacks as proposed that would update exactly your notice. So we've actually...
Tab 6. Okay, thank
you. Want
you.
me to rip that out and give it to you? Can I do that? Is that okay, Rich?
Thank you. Oh, this way we'll update the agenda accordingly. Thank you. Great.
So Alex, that will allow you and Brian to craft a decision accurately?
If you like Brian to do so, you could direct him, and then what I'll do is I'll update the agenda so it reflects the latest and greatest.
Okay.
And probably some of these requests will be removed. And as John noted, because the request is always less, not more, there's no issue with notice.
Okay.
So, for example, there's no need for relief from the setback.
Correct.
Mhm.
All right. So Brian, do you want to add anything?
The only thing I want to make sure of is, do you want to hear anything from Chick as to the impact of the changes to the previous report?
That's a good point.
Are you
Chick,
ready?
please speak.
Sure. Yeah, I think it might be easier. Thank you very much. Chick Voorhees, Village Environmental Consultant. And I just want to repeat a little bit on the background of the application because I think it helps to show what we've been through, how we've looked at this comprehensively. We were asked and did prepare a comprehensive report. You know that report. It's dated February 29th, 2024. Based on the report, the applicant adjourned appearances before the ZBA until June. And on June 18th, the applicant submitted a response to the NPV report and appeared at the hearing on June 27th. That was the last meeting. I was in attendance. At that meeting, Rich Warren, on behalf of the applicant, indicated that the NPV report was thorough and detailed and required time for a response. And Rich also overviewed the June 18th applicant submission and identified the changes to the project in response to the NPV report, and further requested the opportunity to reappear at tonight's hearing. So we're all here, bringing things up to date. I do feel that the discussions with this board, the exchange of information from the applicant, our report, are all healthy parts of the process, and they're helpful to fully vet the application. I did receive and review the Bennett submission with all the attachments dated June 18th. I would say that John included some dramatic language in that report, but in his opinion, it was important to make the record. When you look at the record, the NPV report provides relevant information for consideration by the ZBA. The ZBA requested us to take a comprehensive look at the site and the application, and the NPV report is based on referenced information and documents, and the information are presented accurately based on the referenced information. There was one little caveat that Dr. Lee Wisher pointed out about one of the setbacks of the Dolliver line that we do acknowledge, and he clarified the record in his response. But the Bennett submission does take issue with citing wetland setbacks from Chapter 116. However, that is a benchmark, and it is appropriate to cite those setbacks as outlined in the code. Similarly, the Bennett letter took exception to citing the 5-point test for Dolliver relief, when again, this is the appropriate analysis for that type of dimensional bulk relief. It is noted, and this has been discussed by the group here tonight, and we acknowledge it, that Chapter 116 does not differentiate between quality of wetlands, but that has been considered in past decisions. The NPV report does acknowledge that there are benefits to the project based on comparison to current conditions. Those were referenced on page 19 and 23 of the report. The existing tennis court is proposed to remain. The applicant indicates it's a legally conforming structure that was part of a prior decision, but it's their choice to leave this structure to remain as part of the application. We're just taking it at face value and recognize that that is their application. And drainage is proposed for the tennis court, which we do find and have found on other applications that that is beneficial. It's been 18 years since the prior decision on the Dolliver line setback of the property. The NPV report cites new information and reflects the previously expressed concerns of the board. And of course, applicants' information from June 18th addresses a lot of that. It is acknowledged that the NPV report considers the project as new development due to the total demolition of the house. Luke, you asked Brian before, but Certainly, council's input is very important on the appropriate benchmark for review. Council did review the NPV report before it was issued. So again, we can visit that as deliberations occur. It is my understanding that there is some latitude to press for environmental improvements when there is a blank slate, in other words, a total demolition, but you can't ignore prior precedent. That's not legal advice at all, but it's my experience as a practitioner, and I am familiar with the prior cases that Mr. Bennett cited where NPV provided draft permits to this board. So the Bennett submission of June 18th provides useful information that helps with the deliberations on the project. It is noted that the recent changes to the pool and sanitary system comply with wetland setbacks and increase other setbacks, and these are beneficial changes to the pending application. The inner science information is very consistent with what they submitted previously. This is attached to the June 18th letter. But it does include updated reports from Woods Hole Group. The Woods Hole letter of June 3rd notes that the coastal barrier resource mapping, which was one of the maps that was used in the NPV report, is informative. The letter cites compliance with FEMA in response to the placement of the site on the coastal barrier resource system area map. And you can reference that from the NPV report. However, it is still noted that the site is within the protected area depicted on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the FEMA map. The applicant has addressed these. The NPV report referred more to the natural resources of the site, while the Woods Hole response is very regulatory. Similarly, the location of the limit of moderate wave action on the FEMA map is shown as being well into the property, which would result in wave action of 1 to 3 feet, referring to environmental conditions from that mapping, while the Woods Hole response dismisses this with regulatory information. Again, both are important, and it is noted that the house would be FEMA compliant under the new application. I found it interesting.
Can you clarify
Yes.
that for me when you say regulatory information?
Yes.
What is the distinction to you between your information and their
Well, I think
information?
Dr. Wisher linked the resource with the regulatory response. And so, their argument talked about the Dolliver line and how it's a relic, and that has been discussed under prior applications. The mapping that I provided in the report was more on the environmental resource, limit of moderate wave action. It did cite the coastal erosion hazard area line, which is very important,
Right.
because that's a regulatory line that you can build up to, not beyond. And then the FEMA elevations, again, as Dr. Wisher mentions in his report, are in response to environmental resources. In other words, the height of development above the base flood elevation, that's in our building code. And that's part of Article 34 of the Environmental Conservation Law. And it all links to providing protection for structures in response to environmental conditions. So again, there was environmental resource mapping, and there's a regulatory response to that. So the Woods Hole letter cites the regulatory response as addressing the environmental mapping. I don't disagree with that. I believe that that is an accurate way to look at it. But I'm just indicating what was in the NPV report and how that's been responded to by the applicant. The submission provides, there was one point that I thought was quite interesting. The Woods Hole submission notes that, now hang on one second. Oh yeah, I found it interesting that the slosh map, which we've referred to for years, has come under scrutiny within the scientific community, though the Woods Hole letter notes that this map is also informative. The Woods Hole submission notes that the proposed project plan takes sea level rise into consideration as a result of compliance with FEMA requirements. So that's exactly what we just talked about, more in a narrative form. The submission provides scientific information on the stability of the shoreline and dunes based on shoreline history. which has included several severe storm events that you'll see in that report. And specifically, Lee mentioned Superstorm Sandy and how the dune is rebuilt. And on page 2 of the June 3rd Woods Hole letter, this was just a minor typo, that Superstorm Sandy is referenced as 2013, but I think this should be 2012. On page 7 of that report, for the Coastal Engineering and Resilience Index, there was one minor misspelled word. But since the shoreline and dune analysis is based on historic trends, and I didn't see any specific reference to sea level rise, I would just ask how sea level rise is factored into shoreline and dune resiliency. That may have been partially answered this evening, but that Coastal Engineering Resiliency Index, I didn't get the direct linkage of how that is responding to sea level rise. So that may be some additional testimony that could be provided. Overall, there's a large body of evidence submitted by the applicant and provided by NPV, along with inquiries and deliberations by board members. In review of the scientific and regulatory record materials, the applicant has been responsive to requests for information identified by NPV in the February report. The information submitted also cites and supports several critical environmental findings on the application. One, that the application is consistent with the precedent of prior decisions of the ZBA. Again, I'm familiar with these. John did a good job of presenting that. Two, that the project has been further improved since the submission that was reviewed as part of our February report, and specifically the pool and sanitary system are consistent with wetland setbacks, and other setbacks have been improved. I don't dispute in any way that the site will be improved environmentally as compared to existing conditions, and I stress that this is compared to those existing conditions now. And also that the project will conform with FEMA requirements. And finally, I found the updated and the September Woods Hole information to be compelling, and I feel that the dunes will remain stable during storm events. The science supports that.
Both of them?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
These are changes since the prior submission. It's noted that the application continues to provide these improvements that I mentioned, but also the removal of the east driveway, removal of all lawn, the establishment of 31,332 square feet of buffer, and this information is all available to you now to weigh and consider under the standards for an issuance of a permit, Chapter 116, 19.4 D, and primarily D and E, as well as the 5-point test. So I found there was additional information even tonight, at least clarification on drainage. I will say that we typically do look for plans to reflect the actual work that's going to be done. It's up to you if you want to make that a condition and have it be worked out in some way, or if we would like to see plans for some of the things that Ian mentioned could and I believe should be done to ensure pickup of drainage. But that's part of your deliberation. So that covers my remarks. I'm available if there are any questions or any other comments that you'd like me to address.
Sure. So would you agree with their assessment that this is a model project?
I've used that term before in testifying to boards.
Okay.
It's a little dangerous because you can say it too much.
Okay.
It's a very good project. It's well thought out. It removes invasives, replaces with natives, removes lawn. I wouldn't classify it as a model project. I hope that all the projects that we're involved with are model projects, but you heard my information on the improvements and what I believe this project does.
Can you go in a little bit more to what exactly your concern is about the driveway? Are you concerned that it's going to be sloshy and wet seasonally, or
no, just that it would become compacted? So the entire drainage design relies on stormwater percolating through a permeable driveway. Now that's improved because they're removing the driveway, creating it to a specific design, but over time driveways do get compacted and the coefficient of runoff increases. So typically when we do see drainage, even for permeable surfaces, and a lot of this is retrofit for, like stone or gravel driveways, we do provide pickup points to route the stormwater to the subsurface drainage structures. So it was really the first explanation I heard. Maybe it was in the submission. I was having trouble picking it up because I was looking for those pickup points, those drainage inverts that Ian mentioned, and I didn't see it. So having it explained, I just have that one concern that it could become compacted and not be permeable, not get into those perforated pipe structures, and not be effective in controlling drainage.
So would you be comfortable with a condition of approval being that LaGuardia provides you with construction details at which time they are designed and drawn?
If the board gives me the latitude to review that, I am comfortable with it. You look to me for advice, but I also am providing technical information on drainage. So again, I certainly can do that. I can review it with our engineers as well. And I would be comfortable if you are bestowing that authority upon me.
I'd be comfortable with that. I don't think the intent is to cut corners on their part, but let's cover all the bases.
Yeah, and they put it on the record tonight that they're willing to do that, so we can work out those details.
Okay.
Question, are the pickup points you referred to, would that be an onerous change? It didn't sound.
We'll take care of it.
Oh, thank you.
No problem.
Carol?
Agreed.
Okay. Dr. Swisher, do you want to respond to any of the points that Chick raised?
No, there's only one point that I would point out is that sea level rise has been continuing for a long period of time. And so our shoreline change analysis looks at aerial photographs through time. And during that period, sea level rise has been increasing all along. So by de facto, our analysis has taken into sea level rise into account. So does it project going forward? No, it doesn't, but it does account for what's happened in the past. And I think Chick has done a good job at summing things up. So
Okay. Thank you.
thank you for the chance.
Chick, would you feel comfortable making a recommendation to this board?
I would, because I have looked at the standards for issuance of a permit.
Okay.
And I do believe, and I'll even reference them, and a lot of this is going to relate to the project as proposed compared to existing conditions, which in my experience has been the precedent that we've looked at. So just in terms of in granting, denying, or limiting a permit, the approving authority shall consider the effect of the proposed activity with reference to public health, safety, welfare, fish and wildlife, flood, hurricane, storm dangers, and the protection or enhancement of the several function of the wetlands and the benefits derived therefrom. I feel that the testimony provided by the applicant, the submissions, speak to all of those items. I don't see any public health concerns, safety and welfare. Fish and wildlife benefits would be expected to be improved, although there are really no fish on the property. But Dr. Wisher and Rich's review finds that the biological productivity will increase with the better diversity of species. I don't disagree with that. I feel that addresses that part. We talked extensively about flood, hurricane, and storm dangers. And again, I am satisfied that the Wisher and Woods Hole documentation indicates that the beach will be stable, that this will not destabilize it in any way. So that portion of D under the code, I believe, is met and is consistent. The approving authority shall seek to achieve the maximum feasible setback from wetlands for building structures, septic systems, pools, dry wells, roads, driveways, fertilized vegetation, which would ensure protection to meet all other standards of the chapter. Again, we've had a lot of discussion on that. I do share the prior chairman's comment that, if it was good before, but it's better now, how do we know when it's the minimum? Relief. well, it's technically not relief in this case, but you can look at the small triangle of allowable building space. You can look at what they've done. You can look that they've conformed the sanitary system and conformed the pool to the setbacks. And it will not have an adverse environmental effect based on D that I just reviewed. I'm not sure that they can press it anymore and achieve, a reasonable balance. And I think John has spoken to reasonable quite a bit. So my opinion is that standard for issuance of a permit is met. And those are really the two primary ones that we should be looking at. So as far as the wetlands, my recommendation would be that they've met their burden to demonstrate consistency with the requirements of Chapter 116.
Okay, thank you, Chick. Alex, at this point, do you have anything to add to the conversation?
Just one more question, if I could. The number 8 that we have on the agenda about a proposed covered patio, I see it's not on the comparison of setbacks. It looked like that was removed from the plan. Is that, just wanted to confirm that that was right? It was originally requested to be set back 74 feet from the Dollar Dune crest line.
What's the answer? Mr. Architect.
Not going to go there, Lee.
77.8.
So it now proposed at 77.8. Okay, got it.
It's on the Squire site then. June 12th, 2024.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Okay, so nearly 4 feet less relief requested.
Great.
Okay, so Brian, I will move to close this hearing for all purposes with the proper language. Yes?
Close for all purposes means the same thing.
Okay, well, I'll motion to close it. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So now let's deliberate. Tom, you've been here for all of this. What's your feeling?
I think they've gone a long way towards making it a better project. So
Okay.
I would be favorable to it.
Okay. Okay.
I think
Linda.
it will be vastly improved over what's currently there, given what I saw yesterday.
Okay. Carol?
Exactly. Better
Okay.
than what's there, helping the environment, moving forward toward reducing variances that were even approved in 2006 or meeting those approved.
Okay. Well, I happen to agree. I just want to thank the whole design team and the legal team and the homeowners. It has improved over time. I think it took a long time, but it was worth it. And I hope you feel as if you still have something you can be very happy
We were very
with.
grateful. Thank
Okay. Okay, so I think it's a 4-0 approval.
So, Luke, I think
it would be, right, it would be based on the discussion that you've had, your deliberations,
Okay.
that you would want to.
You will write a
draft
decision.
A decision for your consideration at the
Okay.
next meeting, approving both forms of relief that are requested.
And I believe
then-
Chick has to get some modified about the drainage and stuff.
We could make that a condition. I think that was the discussion
Yeah.
before. You may want to.
And I think you would typically ask Chick to prepare a draft wetlands permit for the items that require that
Okay. Can you
for
do
the next
that?
meeting.
Absolutely.
Thank
yes.
you.
And I'll include the coastal portion as well, because there's precedent for doing that as well.
Okay.
We didn't talk about that as much, but a lot of the things that I mentioned as far as the Woodhull reports do speak to the Dollar line, and certainly we know the precedent because it applies to this property.
Okay. Super. So, Brian, you'll.
So that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
So
And,
resolution.
and we'll
email,
update the agenda
Brian?
accordingly.
What's that?
A resolution directing us
No.
to prepare it, not
The
needed.
instructions, fine.
Yep.
They'll adopt it next month.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Very good work.
Okay, good to see you. Take care.
Take 5. Use the bathroom.
I'm good. Up to you. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to
Yeah.
keep going? Okay.
Okay. Okay, so the next case appears to be 3177 22 Windmill Lane.
Mr. Chairman, with 1770, looks like it's adjourned. There aren't any further wetlands cases.
Yeah.
Do you need me at all for 51 Hill Street tonight?
We do not. Okay. Thank you, Chick. I appreciate your thorough review of it. Thank
Sure,
you.
you're very welcome.
Thank you, Chief.
Yep.
Nice to meet you.
Carol and Linda, you as well.
Lovely to meet
Take care. Good night, all.
Night, Jeff.
Alex, before they get going, is there anything that you want to address about this project with us, or?
Sure, if you'd like, I'm happy to give just a summary for the benefit of
Yeah,
the board
please do,
members.
for our
before we
new
pass over
members.
the applicant. Sure. So this is an application that's also in front of the planning board for site plan review. You're likely familiar with this building in the downtown area on Windmill Lane. The applicant is in front of this board asking for two types of parking relief, for off-street parking and for truck loading. And you'll note that this is a unique part of the code that allows the board to grant a specific type of variance, where as opposed to a typical variance of parking that would reduce the parking requirement, it's really a waiver of providing that parking on site and providing it in the form of a payment in lieu of parking. Sometimes that's called PILOT. And that's traditional in this village and in many other villages in downtown areas where you have municipal parking and where you don't have off-street parking provided on each individual property. It's very typical in downtown areas where you couldn't possibly have enough parking on any particular lot. So what the board would find in this case is whether or not it's feasible to provide that parking on this site, whether it's feasible to provide that parking somewhere else, and if not, they can choose to accept a waiver in this form of payment in lieu of parking. There's also a variance request that has to do with the maximum front yard setback. In most cases, we deal with a minimum front yard setback. Because we're in the village business district, there's a requirement that buildings be right up on the sidewalk line. Here, they're asking to be a little bit further back from that, in part because there's a historic structure here. And lastly, in the village business district, there's a unique requirement that buildings occupy a large percentage of their frontage. And the idea there is that you have a consistent, sometimes what's called a street wall between buildings in a downtown area without large gaps between them. But again, because of the unique site constraints here, they're asking to reduce that minimum building span, less than 90%, which is what's required. And the applicant has some information about that as well. So some unique type variances here that are very specific to the village business district.
Alex, when was this building built? It looks quite old.
It's very old. We believe the original historic part of the building, I think, was moved from, I believe, where Old Town Hall is. I think probably around the turn of the century, if not older. It's one of the oldest buildings in the village business district.
So 1900?
Likely much older.
Older.
Said it was moved at the turn of the century, so.
Yeah, when the historic district was created, and I believe the 1970s, it was inventoried at that time. If that's not in this file, I could provide it for the board. It has some of the known history about this building.
Okay. Likely Ms. Vale will get into that.
Good evening, board members. I'm Liz Vale with the law firm of Greenberg Traurig. We're located at 2317 Montauk Highway in Bridgehampton for the applicant 865 Merrick Holdings, and for the property located at 22 Windmill Lane. As Alex described, we're here seeking variances for the proposed construction of a two-story, 7,322 square foot office building for medical offices at 22 Windmill Lane. The property is 9,462 square feet. We're located in the Village Business Zoning District. He outlined the majority of variances that we do need. I believe the majority are minimal variances. For instance, the maximum front yard setback variance for the first story is required to be 3 feet. We're asking for 9.5 feet, but the existing is already 7.5 feet. So that alone seems minimal. The variance to reduce the minimum span of the principal building was from 90% to 85.4%, but based on the board's feedback at the last meeting, we might be reducing that further, which would mean that we'd have to actually amend our variance request and have this renoticed if that's the way we're going to go with the board.
What's the existing span?
The existing span, I don't know. Do you know, Vinny?
Yes, I do.
While he's finding that, we also need variances for parking spaces from 22 spaces to 8 spaces, for a variance for 14 spaces, and that's for the parking, along with 1 truck loading space to be amended. At the last meeting, I did submit a statement in support of my application. I went through the 5-part variance test for all the variances that we're requesting. I also went through the special standards that are required. The existing is 52.3%, where 90% is required, just for your information. And I did go through the special standards required in the code for waiving parking for the pilot, for the payment in lieu of parking, and those are located in 116-28. I went through those with specificity in the statement of support. Alex did ask me to give 2 more for the new board members, just so you have it. So here. Thanks. And then at the last meeting, there were questions that were raised by the chairman, the now chairman, regarding the engineering of the site, why the septic had to be placed where it's proposed, why it's designed this way. And so Vincent Gaudiello and Rick Wisnowski are both here from the Rayner Group, along with the owner, David Silverstein, if you have questions. And Vinny is going to go through the proposed engineering and the site. Obviously, the site does have constrictions just based on the fact that it has 95 feet of frontage, and then it goes down to the narrow 20-foot in the rear, which you can see right here. So this is about 95 feet, and it goes down to 21 feet back here. So just the configuration of the lot is difficult to plan in and of itself.
And Liz, could you just point out where the proposed parking is being shown for the new board members?
The proposed parking is actually where it's always been, I believe, which is over here. And this is the village parking right back here. So there's 2 handicap spaces proposed, requested by the planning board, where typically only 1 is required. So, go ahead. It's all you. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Vincent Gaudiello. I'm a principal with the Rayner Group, and I'm also a professional engineer. We've been retained by the owner here to do both the land surveying and the civil engineering design for this project. And just to give you a little bit of a background as far as the project itself and the steps we have taken to get to this point, our initial process was to start with the health department. And the primary reason behind that is because of the depth to groundwater. This property, elevation-wise, ranges between elevation 10.5 and 11.5. Test hole data over the last 10 years, we've measured groundwater to be as low as 4 to 4.5 feet below grade. Over at the Rite Aid site is a USGS well that the health department uses to monitor groundwater. The reading in that well, at the highest reading that they've recorded, has groundwater at 9.3. So in designing this sanitary system, that's the elevation that we need to use in designing the sanitary system for this site. Now our property's at 10.5 to 11.5. Groundwater is at 9.3, and we need to be a minimum of 2 feet above that elevation of 9.3 with the bottom of our leaching. Accordingly, that kind of cuts it and gives us not a lot of leeway as far as where we put our sanitary system. In addition to that, and looking at the drainage for this site, because of the depth to where groundwater is and the separation that we need for water quality, the drainage that we used here on this property cannot really be in pervious areas or paved areas. So accordingly, we proposed pervious asphalt, and we used the back of our property for the purpose of storing our water and recharging what in essence is coming off the roof of the structure or the proposed roof of the structure. I prepared a letter as a result of the last hearing, which I wasn't attend. My associate Rick was here, describing or trying to answer some of the questions that the board had. First being the proposed deck, which was located to the south of, which was over here, which we now have eliminated. And in eliminating that, now we're going to need further relief from that 90%. One of the reasons why we have come up with the building design as such is that through the process, which after we have been at the health department and we went through the planning board and the ARB, was coming up with a building that could expose the historic portion of the building. If we were to just add on to the southerly portion of the building, the historic nature of this building would not really be seen. It would be enclosed by a whole new structure. So we started the health department about 2 years ago. A year later, we went in front of the planning board, and through that process had vetted to this point where we believe we have come up with a plan that obviously needs relief from that board. This is why we're here, but has, what should I say, exhausted our options or minimized the relief that we ultimately need to develop this property. And that's, you know, from a zoning perspective, that's what the objective is here. As far as the health department goes, we're at a point now where we have come up with a design which they found to be acceptable, and I'd like to submit into the record the most recent notice that we got from them in August of 2023, which talks about needing relief from some of their dimensional setback requirements. Where 10 feet is required from a building, we're proposing 7. We're 10 feet from the property, we're proposing 5. In speaking with the health department, I will go on the record to say that this is an administrative variance that we would need from them. And we have more or less gotten verbal approval that this is something that they could find to be acceptable, provided that we go through the steps with the other regulatory agencies. So I would like to submit this into the record.
What other regulatory agencies are they talking about?
When we filed that application with the health department, we needed to identify what other approvals we needed. We identified a variance from the Village of Southampton. We identified site plan approval from the Village of Southampton. So that's basically what they're talking about. As far as the environmental assessment and review of this project, that's basically why, you know, they're making that caveat.
Okay.
And just as a reminder, the planning board has taken lead agency for the village's environmental review of this project.
Okay.
And they adopted a negative declaration.
Yes, and thank you. That's true. They adopted a negative declaration, finding that there's no adverse environmental impacts.
Vincent, you had mentioned a letter of response to our comments?
Yes, that letter was dated July 16th. I don't know, Rick, did we ever submit this?
No.
Okay, so I'd like to submit this into the record as well.
Alex, how do you want to treat this?
Do you have copies for the board members? Okay, if you could just provide it digitally after the meeting as well, we'll complete the Dropbox. Thank you.
So what you have is a letter that I've prepared along with a sketch. And on the sketch, what I've indicated in the hatched area, the cross hatched area, is the envelope of the area that the health department would consider the area that we could install our sanitary system based on the current building design and site layout. One of the things I do want to point out is because of the type of leaching we're using here, which are called ATL infiltrator units, and they are one of the newer systems, or, you know, I want to say state of the art, because some people feel they've been using them longer than we've seen them on Long Island. They cannot be in traffic bearing locations. So the area where the parking is, in essence, that's where our treatment tanks would need to go and our concrete structures, and not the infiltrator units. We decided to kind of focus more on the front end of the property just because of the fact that we go up to right-of-ways in both instances, and we would have the ability to build retaining walls. Your code is very specific about retaining walls being 20 feet off of a property line. However, using sound engineering judgment and backing, that 20 feet could be reduced. And through the process with the planning board and the planning board's engineers, we had, I'm not saying negotiated, but kind of engineered that that would be the most appropriate place for the sanitary system to go to or be located in. We're using the rear of the property for our drainage. And again, the drainage system that's back there are very shallow infiltrator units. They're not traffic bearing, so you can't drive over them. And the rear yard of our site would more or less be lawn area as well, pervious area. The middle of the site, as you can see, is just a strip. That's where our parking is. That's pervious asphalt. Again, a lot has to do with the fact that the grade in that area is 10.5. So to come up, there's really no way to kind of put the sanitary system in a parking area, because then you got to jack the parking area up. And to transition from this relatively narrow right-of-way into those stalls would be a little bit challenging.
So, if I'm understanding this correctly, correct me if I'm wrong. If I park in the handicap spot to the west on the left, I have something of a retaining wall to my left, which raises the grade to house your sanitary system.
That is a raised curb. That's not the if you look at this drawing, Luke, you'll see the elevation there.
Yeah, so I see elevation 13.4, right, in the infield of that.
So what he's saying is here. So this is 13.1, right? That's 11. So right. So you're parked up against the retaining wall.
So how do you open your door? It's driver's side.
That would be. That's a good point.
If there's a wall there, you can't get out.
I think what would need to happen is we would need to move the wall further west.
Is that doable?
I think so.
Because if you can't open the door, it's not.
No, I would agree with the comment.
Okay.
Another thing would be is to shift the handicap spaces and make that not a handicap space. So to make it more easier to get in and out of that space.
But even I couldn't get out of it.
I understand.
Okay, I got it.
All right, so Vince, just so I just want to really understand it. The elevation at the parking spots is what, approximately 10.5?
You really need to look at this one. So the pavement's 11. Bottom of wall's 11.5. Top of wall is 13.1. So you're basically talking 18 inches.
Okay.
So what we would do, we need to take this wall and slide this in this direction. And you could probably grab another 5 feet.
Okay.
And if necessary, what we could do is we could stripe that as well.
So if I were to park in one of these middle spots, say,
Right.
I could get out and I just step over a low concrete curb,
Right.
and then I'm on the sidewalk and I can access.
Right.
any of
The
these
raising
soft
of the grade is primarily in the front of the property where the sanitary system is in here.
So the rightmost parking space, could a passenger get out of the car? That wall keeps going, right?
At the east end, we're now down to just the regular curb.
Right. Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
So
We will better define the plan as far as what's retaining wall and what's curb. So all this elevation right through here, it varies from 11 to basically it's 11 back here, but you have 6 inches of reveal from pavement to top of curb and sidewalk through here.
Okay, all right, let me zoom in here. Okay. Okay, and then we see on the street side there are some steps now down, right, to get me from that elevated area to the entrance to the historic part of the structure.
This is all a walkway through this area. And then you have these steps, correct, that come down. So your walkway is here, you're up, and then you're gonna step down into, and this is what existing grade is in front of the building.
So how do I get... Okay, it's sort of like a ramp, right? As that concrete walkway goes from east to west, I see like 11 foot, 11 foot, 11.4, 12.4, 13.7, and now I'm on that elevated. So look, how about this? Instead of us really kind of getting into the weeds on this, maybe you want to redevelop the site, take a closer look at the site plan, and maybe submit something very legible, color-coded perhaps, so we can understand. So I'm just not clear how exactly you're retaining your 13.7 raised area yet.
We have this retaining wall that's shown on this drawing here. This is the C3. We label top wall, bottom of wall. And then we have spot elevations that are over our system. We need to be, in essence, at elevation 13.4.
Right, so I see it. I see the stairs on the, let's say, northwest corner of your raised area, right?
Yeah.
And I see a retaining wall then traveling south along Windmill. And then I see it turns 90 degrees to go east, right? And then it hits your driveway, your right of way, and it kind of takes a 30-degree turn. And then it turns again back north to go to capture the parking area.
Okay.
But how does it go then from that top corner of the parking area from 11.4 to 13.7? I don't see, is it sloped?
Oh yeah. Actually, I think what's confusing here is we used to have this
Patio?
that's where the drop curve comes in. And then it slopes up, and then it comes to here. But I think we need to ramp down that. We'll come back with, I understand your point.
Okay.
I think what was a little, we're here to seek relief. As far as the site plan elements of this, that's not saying that that's not your job, but that's the planning board's job.
Sure, I just want to understand how it's all going to work.
My quick answer, just looking at the plan and answering your question, is you take this sidewalk, you push it up against the building now in this direction, because now we don't have this here anymore. You ramp down to here, and you take your retaining wall now and you bring it on the like this. So now you have a walkway in here. You have your 90-degree, and then your meeting grade, right?
I agree that that's the likely solution, but as Tom pointed out, and I don't want to get out of our lane, right? But as Tom pointed out, we do need to be able to get out of that parking spot, right? So
let us come back with a plan that addresses that concern. Obviously, we're going to have to do it eventually for the planning board.
Okay.
And we'll take it from there.
Okay. Right. I understand. Alex, do you have anything to add?
No, just that the board should consider the criteria and the code for when it's appropriate to waive parking and take payment in lieu. And that there's what possible mitigation measures that might be undertaken?
We-
The county has some guidance on.
Just
how
so you know, we did reach out to DPW, the village DPW. I did not have that meeting with him. The applicant did. And we spoke about, possibly, what we could do to enhance the village's park. I mean, they just paved it. They just kind of renovated it a little bit. But, I don't know. Do you want to speak a little bit further about that discussion you had? But, again, we.
Other people here would like some time as well.
I'm sorry. I can't.
If I may speak, there's other people need to have some time tonight as well.
Understood, but everyone needs to be heard, and then everyone needs to feel.
Anyway,
Are
so.
we all not equal?
Yeah.
Absolutely, you're absolutely equal, and I'll give you.
You know what? Let
No,
us.
you're gonna get midnight till midnight if you want. You can speak as long as you want.
We can. We'll come back with that plan.
Okay.
And as I said, we researched. We looked at the parking lot. We've been in touch with our neighbors as well. The planning board had vetted this project with the neighbors in the neighborhood and the parking. So we can answer as many questions that are related to that.
High level, it makes sense. Just before we formally decide on something, we should have all those little niggly things worked out, right?
Understood.
And then Linda and Carol, Tom, do you have any questions for Vinny?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm glad to put a name to the face after we've spoken on the phone so many times over the years. So good to meet you finally.
Likewise.
And Tom, to answer your question earlier, when this building was inventoried in 1979, they believed it had been moved approximately 1890, but the date of initial construction was estimated at 1740.
Oh.
1740, did you say?
And just so you know, here's the, just so the board knows, this is what was considered the historic nature here, and then what they did is they just shelled the outside of it as well. So the intention is to take that outside shell out.
Right. Okay. Does anyone from the public want to say anything on this, or?
Thank you again for your time. David Silverstein, I'm the developer of the property. Just to be brief, when I got involved in this project, I had 3 points that I was looking to accomplish. Number one, the preservation of the Henry Rhodes house, which does date back to 1740, 1760. It was moved. It is not in the village historic district per se, and it was slated for demolition prior to us taking over the project. It's still our intention to save it and make it a visible element of Windmill Lane. The second was to be in step with the comprehensive plan of the village. And to that end, that's why we're looking at that space to the south as being green space or open space. I know there was some conversation in our last conversation about the deck. Again, that's an amenity for the village. We know a lot of density is going to take place there with the expansion of the restaurant, the things that are going on the other side, the west side of Windmill Lane. So the idea was that we keep it open, we keep it green. It's a nice place for people to kind of pass through as you have that transition from Windmill Lane to the other areas of the village. And the third was a community use. We are looking for a medical use, and my mother's elderly. She lives in the village, and it's not always convenient for her to go to the hospital areas. We'd like to have a community center where there's some medical care, nothing major, nothing surgical, but doctors who can visit patients, or patients rather can visit doctors in the village center. And that's really the intention of the project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, super. Anyone else with comments on this application? No? Liz?
That's it. If we do remove the deck, we'll need to give you the calculation of the increased variance we would need for the frontage. The 90% frontage requirement would be different. So we need to renotice it hopefully before the next meeting.
Okay, so we have a month.
Okay.
So I will motion to adjourn until the August 22nd hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, board members.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much.
Thank you.
Brian,
Yes, sir.
1770 Meadow, do we need to?
Yes, that's on, scheduled for the 13th, since we're not meeting on the 13th, we need a motion to move it over to the 22nd.
Okay. Alex, will you let them know that that is the next date, the 22nd?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll motion to accept their adjournment request.
And we'll adjourn that to August
22nd.
22nd instead.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, 3176 51 Hill Street. Are we hearing this tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a typo on the agenda. That was re-advertised for today at the board's
Okay.
at the board's request.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
We do have affidavits in there.
And while that gets passed around for the benefit of the new board members, this is an application for a special exception use, which is different than a variance. It's not a form of relief, but it's a use that's been defined by the trustees as having to come to this board for approval. In the Village Business District, all restaurants are treated as special exception uses, so they come to this board. And there's criteria in 116.22 that are general criteria for all special exception uses, and then some specific criteria in 116.23B21 specific to restaurants. One of those involves an approval from the trustees, which has been granted in this case.
Okay.
So the applicant is here requesting that special exception use to convert part of an existing office building to a 16-seat restaurant in the rear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any language in the code that you think would be helpful to us regarding restaurants specifically?
Yeah, there's a few criteria. I'm happy to pull them up that are specific to restaurants in that 116.23B21.
Yeah, while you look at that, Brian, there had been discussion in previous hearings about a parking study being requested. Do we need to discuss that? It was never formally asked of the applicant, I don't think, right?
Well, no. Would they have available for us to review?
Okay.
I do have, hi, I'm Ed Parker, 1100 Architect, on behalf of Victoria Khan, the owner of 51 Hill. I have the general standards that Alex referenced, and also 116.23B21A that I'm happy to run through.
Yeah, let's do that.
If you'd like, for the benefit of the new members, I can give a little bit of a broader overview of what this is about. If you'd like, I've seen the board a couple of times previously. So I think Luke and Tom probably know, but I'm also working on the theater, 43 Hill Street, the adjacent property. And there's interest from the group that bought that theater, which is now turning into a nonprofit. But there's interest in also acquiring 51 Hill Street, the neighbor, to provide a restaurant use for a little bit of synergy in the arts and culture district, right? Because the theater, though it has concessions, doesn't have a broader range of food. So the idea is that because they're adjacent to each other and the rear yard of 51 is, I have a plan, sorry. The rear yard of 51 is basically up against the parking lot of 43, that they would work nicely together.
Linda and Carol, have you had the opportunity to watch some of the hearings related to this project?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want a recap live, or would you be comfortable jumping into where we are now?
I can jump in.
Okay, sorry. I'll be happy to do that. Okay. I'll go through the general standards. This is in the file too, so I'll read it verbatim, but I can elaborate on any points that we want to touch on. 116.22 general standards, special exemption use restaurant in the Village Business District. A, such use will be in harmony with and promote the general purpose and intent of this chapter as stated in 116.1 of this chapter. We say the restaurant will support and complement the adjacent Southampton Theater in accordance with the purpose of the Arts and Culture Overlay District per 116.8.1. I would also say that there are a lot of other restaurants in the Village Business District, and so I think that it fits with the character of the rest of the Village Business District. In fact, this is the document that when we saw the Board of Trustees, we used to show them the Village Business District and all the restaurants that are within the Village Business District. I don't believe this is in your handout, but I can make copies for you if you like. So there are 25 restaurants, I think, in the Village Business District. This would be 26. B, the plot area is sufficient, appropriate, and adequate for the use and the reasonably anticipated operation and expansion thereof. No expansion of the existing building is proposed, and lot coverage is on the maximum 70%. The proposed restaurant and existing office use will both be over 800 square feet of floor area and have a width greater than 15 feet in accordance with 116-5B1. The proposed use will not prevent the orderly and reasonable use of adjacent properties, particularly where they are in a different district. The proposed restaurant use will be restricted to indoor seating with access through the paved alley on the adjacent property at 43 Hill Street. This alley provides access to the existing office space. It is adjacent to residential zone, but the adjacent property at 71 Hill Street happens to be a hotel. And they're currently in the process of redeveloping it in the same fashion. And actually, we've been in contact with them because we've been to the planning board also, and they wanted us to communicate. And they endorsed the project, and we're talking about pedestrian cross access. And they very much also want, both properties are interested in having a restaurant here because they think it would service the communities, both the theater and the hotel. The site is particularly suitable for the location and such use in the community. The adjacent Southampton Theater makes it particularly suitable, and I also just described the adjacent 71. The characteristics of the proposed use are not such that its proposed location would be unsuitably near to a church, school, theater, recreational area, or other place of assembly, and it is not within 500 feet of any of those things. The proposed use, particularly in the case of a non-nuisance industry, conforms with the chapter definition of the special exemption use where such definition exists, or with the generally accepted definition of such use where it does not exist in this chapter. The proposed restaurant use conforms with the chapter definition, its principal purpose of preparation and serving food for consumption on the premises within furnished dining areas. No form of live entertainment will be provided, nor any drive-in, open front, or curb service. The restaurant will not operate as a nightclub or similar entertainment establishment. And again, the neighbors, I think, are interested in it. And there's a restaurant just down the street, on the same street. There's one across the street, and behind it is the parking lot of the theater. Access facilities are adequate for the estimated traffic from public streets and sidewalks so as to assure the public's safety and to avoid traffic congestion, and further vehicular entrances and exits shall be clearly visible from the street and not be within 75 feet of the intersection of street lines at street intersection except under unusual circumstances. There is no vehicular access suggested for the property. There is none now. Access will be provided from the sidewalk via the paved alley on the adjacent property at 43 Hill Street as it's currently. Additionally, through the planning board, they're going to require pedestrian cross access to the parking lot of the movie theater. So that would be another way to approach the site. All proposed curb cuts have been approved by the Street or Highway Agency, which has jurisdiction. There are none. There are off-street parking and truck loading spaces, at least in the number required by the provisions of 1614 of this chapter, but in any case, an adequate number for the anticipated number of occupants, both the employees and patrons or visitors, and further, the layout of the spaces and driveways is convenient and conducive to safe operation. So, what we had written previously, the existing office requires 15 parking spaces, it provides 0. The proposed restaurant also requires 15. Pursuant to 11614J1, and I can read that. Off-street parking, truck loading space, and curb cut construction. Exemptions and waivers. Existing buildings and uses are exempt as follows. 1, the provisions of this section shall not apply to any building or structure or lawfully in use at the effective date of this chapter, whether continued as a permitted use or as a legal non-conforming use, or thereafter converted or changed without enlargement to a different lawful use having the same parking and truck loading requirements, which it does. So we're not proposing additional parking, and a truck loading space is not required as the floor area is under 5,000 square feet pursuant to 116.14E. And when we applied to as the first step for this whole process to the building department for the change of use, the building inspector also did not note the issue of parking, suggesting, of course, that he agreed that the fact that there are 15, there are a requirement for 15 spaces today, and there's a requirement in the future for 15 spaces that existing non-conformants could be maintained. Adequate buffer yards and screening are provided where necessary to protect adjacent properties and land uses. Landscaping and retaining walls are proposed to provide adequate screening from adjacent properties. However, there's an intentional dialogue between this and the theater, and as I suggested before, the planning board wants pedestrian cross-access between this and 71, and 71 is also interested in that. So there is some visibility between the lots because of the pedestrian cross-access.
Alex, is that coming together? Are they working together this time around to
That's
provide
right.
cross-access?
The planning board had asked this applicant to work with the neighboring property of the hotel about cross-access.
Right.
There's been some submissions and discussion about whether that's going to be provided or whether it's going to be removed.
Vehicular, not pedestrian.
Vehicular.
Right.
But then pedestrian cross-access is going to be provided between all 3 adjoining properties.
Okay. I recall when 71 Hill first came before us, they did not have that.
Vehicular cross-access.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I can elaborate if you want to understand that discussion. So, right, 71 Hill would prefer not to have vehicular cross-access between the 2 properties. Well, we're not really talking about 51. We're talking about 43 because there's not a request, I don't think, from the planning board, not that I heard, for vehicular cross-access from 71 to 51 because the rear yard of 51 does not have a road, a driveway, a parking lot.
43 is the theater.
Exactly. Sorry.
Okay.
So there is currently a connection between the parking lot of the theater and 71, but 71 would prefer not to have that vehicular connection. We engaged them in discussion. In the case of 43, at least initially, we were like, if they want the vehicular cross-access, they can have it. It's there. In the course of conversation with 71, the reason that they don't want it is because what happens is that there's in the parking lot of 43, the theater, there's a driveway that goes down to Windmill Lane, and there's also one that comes out onto Hill Street.
Right.
And what happens is when there's a lot of traffic on Hill Street, the people that know about it would drive up the Windmill Lane access point into the theater's parking lot and then drive onto 71 and then go through 71 out to Hill Street to kind of cut the light, right? So that what happens because of that is you end up getting a lot of traffic that's not accessing either of those sites running through the site, and both of these sites have a lot of pedestrians on them. So all of a sudden you basically got a road going through these parking lots where people and handicapped people and kids and stuff are in, and it just doesn't make sense from a safety standpoint, really. So after we talked to them about that for a while, we thought, hey, they're right, that's not a good idea. And so when we went to the planning board last time, we said, we talked about it as you asked us to. This is the conclusion we came to. Do you want to require it or not? And they said, we don't want to hold you up as the theater, so we're going to write a resolution, to move you forward with the theater and with 51. And but we're gonna write it in such a way that we're gonna hold on to the possibility to require the vehicular cross-access between 43 and 71 when 71 comes in front of us. Right now, 71's talking to the Board of Trustees. And I think after they're done with those discussions, which I hear are relatively favorable, they're going to move to presenting to the other boards. So at that point in time, I'll learn whether or not we need to have vehicular cross-access between the two sites. What I'll note is that regardless of whether or not there's vehicular cross-access there, the path to Windmill Lane and the path to Hill Street through the theater lot is going to remain. So people are going to continue to cut the light there. However, that cut kind of bypasses the majority of parking and pedestrian access within the theater site. So maybe that's the best of both worlds, really.
Do people really do that, Alex?
Yes.
Think about being
Not
in
not only do they do it,
in the evening.
not only do they do it, right now, the entrance to the Hill Street apron is chained, but the Windmill Lane is not, because the Windmill Lane cut goes to other parking lots also.
Yeah, it goes like La Carreza
And a
all
bunch of people continue to drive up and through this lot, get to the chain, and then have to back up out of there.
Okay.
Because
I wouldn't
they
think
know
to do
about
that with the steep incline on Windmill.
Yeah,
Some people do it. Okay.
They do it. All right, so that's a little bit of a detour, but that's kind of the discussion about the vehicular cross-access between those properties. All right, adequate provisions will be made, K, adequate provisions will be made for the collection and disposal of stormwater runoff from the site and of sanitary sewage, refuse, and other waste, whether liquid, solid, gaseous, or other character. Exterior improvements will use permeable materials and pavement, and new septic system will be provided to handle sanitary sewage, refuse, and other waste, including cooking grease. That has been submitted to the health department, and the only things that they are still listing as stopping us from the approval of them is the approvals from the planning board and the zoning board for the special exception use.
Okay.
So once we have those, then they'll give us our approval. L, no outdoor sales lot, rental equipment storage, or display area will be permitted in the required front yard area of any business district, except that in the HB district, such uses may be permitted in the required front yard, provided they shall be set back 50 feet from the front property lines. No outdoor sales lot, rental equipment storage, or display area is proposed. M, the proposed use recognizes and provides the further specific conditions and safeguards required for particular uses in 116-23, and that is 116-23B, 21A. No tavern, bar, or restaurant shall be located within 500 feet from a church, school, playground, park, hospital, nursing, or proprietary rest home, or similar public, semi-public space, nor within 500 feet of any residential district in an incorporated village without the approval of the village board of trustees. We went to the village board of trustees. They saw that pretty much every restaurant in the village business district is within 500 feet of a residential district, and they thought, you know what, maybe it's okay. They said it's okay. 116-23B, 21B, there shall be no outdoor public address or music system. No outdoor public address or music system is proposed for this. 116-23B, 21C, there shall be no live entertainment on the premises. No live entertainment will occur on this premises.
So no speakers in the garden.
Right.
Okay.
116-23B, 21D, premises and structures shall be so arranged and designed as to prevent activities on the premises from being visible from adjoining premises or the street, and as to contain any sound emanating from activities within the bounds of the premises. Landscaping and retaining walls are gonna will screen activities from adjoining premises and contain sound to some degree, to whatever degree it is. I will say though, not on the theater side, because the intent is that those buildings and that rear yard kind of communicates with the theater. They're almost intended to work together. And in any application being heard by the Board of Trustees, that board may waive any otherwise applicable parking provision found within the code as the Board of Trustees may deem appropriate under the circumstances. And I think that is the end of it. The only thing I'll say, the last time I was here, I think it was May. We went through that, and I left. I thought there was going to be a determination or resolution. I'm sorry, I don't remember the verbiage.
Okay.
That was my. I thought that we had satisfactorily had the conversation, and that we were going to close the hearing at least. But then Alex told me that it was going to be reopened because, and I think you mentioned it, maybe after the fact there was a desire for a traffic study or something along those lines. I just learned about that recently. The only, and maybe, I don't know if that's something that is going to be necessary here. I think I would only suggest that, I think the code, in regards to that, the code wants 15 parking spaces, assuming a certain amount of traffic. And that amount of parking spaces has been required and will continue to be required. So I would suspect that the amount of traffic will be consistent from, at least from what the code would think, right? Based on how many parking spaces are required for the lot. I'd also think, this is just my opinion, that there are 25 restaurants in the village, and this will be 26 with 16 seats. I think that people that are coming to the village for restaurant use are going to pick this maybe instead of one of the others, and it's not necessarily going to draw like more people into the village. I think it's just going to be another option for the village. And I would also say, I think that the real effects of traffic here are going to be related to what happens when the theater reopens, not this building, which has been in use, and it's going to continue to be in use for that amount. So if we need a traffic study, I guess we can have one, but I think that it's going to probably not show that it's going to change traffic very much to change this use. That's my guess.
Ed, did you mention the additional parking that's being put in at the movie theater?
No, I didn't, but I can. Right, so the movie theater, going from memory, I believe that now we've reduced the number of seats in the theater substantially because the redesign is to put tiered seatings in and bigger seats, and so like kind of contemporary cinema. So we need a total of 115 parking spaces. No, sorry, 98. We need 98 parking spaces for the theater, and we are providing 115. So we're actually providing 17 more than are required for the theater, which is, if you want to look at it that way, there are enough parking spaces to cover what this building doesn't have.
Does the theater own this whole big parking lot?
Yes.
Behind it?
Yes.
And so you're not really reducing anything?
No, in fact, we have reduced the number of people, a number of seats in the parking lot or in the theater by like half practically. So, yeah, I think it's an improvement in that respect too.
Alex, why is this property not requiring a parking waiver?
It's a good question. So a parking waiver is would only be applicable for discussion where there's a requirement for parking that can't be met on site. In this case, because they're swapping one use for the other, and those uses have the same parking requirement, the portion of office is being eliminated and being replaced with a restaurant, there's no requirement to add any additional spaces. If there were, and they couldn't be provided, then they would ask for a payment in lieu type waiver like the previous application.
Where are the 15 spaces that were required for the former office spaces that would now be required by the restaurant?
So there are no spaces. That would be the requirement, but when this building was built, it was not built with any parking spaces, which is common of buildings in the business district. So it's considered, grandfathered in or legal non-conforming as not having any of its own parking spaces.
What do you think are considerations going forward? What sort of conditions of approval might we consider then?
So the considerations of the ones that we've discussed is, does this change of use to a special exception restaurant use meet the general criteria? Does it meet the restaurant criteria? And if so, are there any conditions related to those that the board feels would be appropriate? For example, if the board feels that this works because of the pedestrian cross access to the large parking lot, that's something that the board could consider requiring. That's likely something that will be coming out of the site planning process.
It
because
is. They're requiring pedestrian cross access
Right.
to the parking lot. So,
Okay.
and it's being provided.
Okay. Brian, what do you think?
In terms of,
I feel like we had a conversation about some terms of approval to get. Am I confusing projects? Where we may say that 43 may have to allow parking for 51, or am I just making that up?
No, you're not making it up, but I think it was a different site.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
And I think that would be accomplished with a cross-access agreement. And the idea is that if someone is parked at the movie theater and then is able to freely walk across to this site, obviously they don't have to repark.
Okay, and so that's really just a site planning thing in terms of no walls or locked gates. They're just able to walk through.
That's right.
Yeah, and we're actually like intentionally
Bringing people in.
connecting them.
Okay.
From
Yeah.
a pedestrian
Got it.
standpoint.
And what the planning board likely would require is that that get recorded in some kind of covenant in case the properties are no longer controlled by the same interests, that they still allow pedestrians to traverse between them.
So that's a planning board thing, not a zoning board thing.
It could be if the board felt it was critical for the special exception use to work here, but I can tell you it's probably already going to be required by the planning board because it's part of their
Also
standard.
Help me with this, help me understand this. From a zoning board perspective, when the offices were built, they did not have to have parking. They are now being grandfathered, they were grandfathered ahead.
Mhm.
So there's no required parking for that structure. And the restaurant is like for like. And so the restaurant gets advantage of that previous waiver, if you will. So there, for our purpose, for our jurisdictional analysis, there is no question before the zoning Board of Appeals regarding parking.
Great question.
They're grandfathered in.
So they're grandfathered in for 15 spaces, and whether that's 15 spaces worth of office, 15 spaces worth of restaurant, or some combination
They're
thereof,
like ours.
that's
They have
grandfathered
their 15, they're a restaurant.
for that requirement.
But they're okay if they get waived.
Yes.
So there's
The
nothing
o-
for us to
the
do, it's all
only-
planning board.
Well, the only
Right?
slight caveat to that is that the one special exception criteria at parking says you have to have enough parking as required by code, which they do, or in any case, enough parking to actually work.
Which, given the waiver of 15 and the presence of the movie theater, is a lot.
And that would be a determination for this board to make.
Okay, thank you.
It's a 16-seat restaurant, right? And then how many people would work there?
I think we have 3 or something, the calculation.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I will also say, like, from a physical standpoint, just as long as we're talking about it, right now, there's no way to drive a car into the rear of this building, right? And,
Why can't you come from Windmill Lane?
if you go through the lot, yes,
Yeah.
you could. So what you could do, if you really wanted parking here, is you could tell us that the pocket park that we want to develop and provide to the community in the rear yard of this, we could pave it over and put cars there, but to get there, we'd have to take parking spaces out of the theater parking lot. So you would just be extending the amount of asphalt, so it doesn't really make sense
and
anyway.
we'd lose a nice gravel patio with trees.
Yeah, and it's meant to be a public space.
Yeah,
There's trees, gravel, and like benches and stuff.
So was this restaurant part of the radio station before? What was the use before you're going to change
Right
it?
now, the building is kind of split in half. The front of it's the radio station.
Yep.
It's going to stay that way. The back half is an office.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to turn the office part into a restaurant.
Alex, would we be, or maybe this is a Brian question, would we be overreaching to require the parking payment for the 15 spots that they don't have?
No, you don't have, that's not part of this application. It's
Yeah.
not
They
something
have,
for you to consider.
they're
Okay.
grandfathered in with the 15 waived at the time of construction of the office building. So parking is moot for us in that sense.
Okay.
If
Even
they
though
were
it's
to,
changing use.
Correct, that's what
Correct.
I said.
if they were to
They
come
get the
in with,
benefit of the previous variance, if you will, that they got grandfathered in when the office space was built, because it's like for like.
that's exactly right. If for some reason they were to come in the future and add more seats to the restaurant, then there would be an increased requirement that if they couldn't provide on site, which likely they couldn't, they may ask for that parking
We
waiver.
can't do that anyway because the septic design wouldn't work.
Understood.
But
Okay.
maybe one day if there's sewers,
If the sewer comes through and we hook it up, yeah, then definitely.
then they
Got
may
it.
be back before the board asking
Hold your
for a
breath.
waiver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the only thing before us is whether or not they can have a restaurant within 15 feet of residential district, and we talked about that.
It's not even that. That's the board of trustees. The only
That's
request
true,
for
too.
you is can we put a
A
restaurant
restaurant
here?
here, under
Yes.
Because we need a
22.
special exemption from
Right.
the zoning board to do that.
So we
Right.
just have to say, is 22 met? You've walked through every single
Yep.
section, and 23, be 21, and
Exactly.
it all works. Okay, thanks.
I think,
Okay.
but that's certainly up to you.
Yep. Anyone from the public want to say anything on this app? No? Okay. So let's close for all purposes. A second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Bless you. Okay, so then let's deliberate. Who wants to share comments and thoughts?
I like the idea of a restaurant behind the theater. I think reviving that theater is a fantastic idea. And I like the idea that you can go and do something cultural and then have a snack or a meal after. I think it's a great idea. I don't think it'll affect the traffic.
No.
It'll improve
Yeah.
that part of the village.
And I think it meets 116.22 general standards, and it meets 21 A through D of the restaurant tavern under 116. I think they've done what they need to do, and I think it'd be a great addition.
I'm in the same place.
Okay. I agree. In that case, Brian, would you please draft an approval?
Yep.
Okay. And then so we'll just be voting on that next month.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And maybe that's for the parking.
3179, 20 Hillcrest.
They're gonna ask for
Oh,
receipts and they're gonna ask for that waiver.
Because they're putting in some, they'll be back.
Yes, they'll be back.
They're massively big. Relative to the other.
Yeah.
This is the one with the 2 front yards.
Yes.
That's right.
Luke, if you'd like, I can introduce this.
Alex,
case.
please do. Thank you.
Sure. So the next case on the board agenda is a new case, but a resubmission of a previous case that some of the board members may have seen before. This is a residential lot that what's called a through lot that has frontages on 2 separate roads, in this case Miller Road and Hillcrest. And in those cases, they are bound by the requirements of having 2 front yards on 2 different streets, which means that any accessory building is forward of the primary building on one street or the other. So it precludes all accessory structures like garages, sheds, and pools. So they're here asking for a accessory structure for a 14 by 32 pool on the Miller Road frontage, and an accessory structure also on the Miller Road for a 520 square foot 2-car detached garage. Both of the proposed pool and garage meet the setbacks for accessory structures, but do need relief because they are technically in a front yard. And then the final request is that swimming pools are required to be 20 feet from all property lines, and they're asking, due to the dimensions of this pool, that it be reduced to 16 feet from the west property line. And you believe their architect is here to present this case?
Excuse me, I'm simply trying, I want to present to you, the drawings digitally. I'm trying to
Sure.
get into this.
Sounds good.
Into the,
If I may, board members, may I, while he's doing that? I can speak while my architect is doing what he's doing.
Yeah, just please introduce yourself.
All right, Gary Flanagan. I am a resident of Gristreet Village for 30 years, relevant to how I speak. So my three kids all grew up here, graduated from Southampton High School. Great. My kids are fantastic. I'm very lucky, man. Going to the relation of my home, I'm a builder for a long time. I'm a carpenter, number one, a joiner, then a carpenter, and now a master carpenter. I'm looking to build something beautiful in your village. I'm not looking to gentrify, I'm looking to beautify. I just want to, you have a lot that the village made, that I bought, purchased, and you guys, that lot has been made for how many years? I would want to utilize that to my fullest potential, but I only want a garage. I really, like, every house, every home needs a garage. I don't want the garage attached to a firefighter. You don't attach homes to your garage or garages to your home, because carbon monoxide, gasoline, everything is a detriment, a compromise to the home. I would prefer not to have my garage attached to my home, and I can't because my lot is only designated by the village, is only 70 foot wide, 60 feet wide. It's my home, it's my lot, my property. It doesn't matter how big it is. But I'd like to have a 3,000 square foot home, which is not monstrous. I would like to have a garage facing Miller Road, that the facade of that garage will be very beautiful, a lot better than anything that's there right now, because it's my home. And the one big elephant in the room that was causing me possibly not to be able to do this was, I was told by somebody that's more educated than I, or more presidents in the village, that if I built a garage on Miller Road, facing Miller Road, that would set the precedence for everybody else on Miller Road to be able to do that. Well, that's not true. There's only 4 through lots in that whole strip of road that could actually build a garage facing Miller Road. And of those 4, I will do mine tomorrow, if you give me permission. The other 3 might not do theirs for, who knows, 5 years, 10 years, whatever. And the other good thing, because I built a lot of beautiful homes. My first home was in Southampton for Mary Ann Miller, the owner of King Cullen supermarket chain. You would remember her more than I, but that was my first job. And going back to my project, is all of the properties on that street, and it's right by the Black American Museum. If you don't know Hillcrest, that's the Hillcrest nobody used to go to. Well, things changed. Now it's a desirable location that you can buy a home still under $1 million in the village, which is unheard of. That being said, if you took the time to drive up Miller Road or Hillcrest and know, I've had a great experience because I've met everyone. I've knocked on the doors. I've had tea, coffee, vodka, whiskey with all the ladies and gentlemen, all the people, and it was great. I've cleaned out garages for some of these people. I've gotten to know them. I played basketball with some of the dudes that are up there. Great experience. So I know the neighborhood. I have 20 plus petitions in favor of what I'm proposing that are in that community that are okay with me having the renderings that I drew. This is my second architect. It's irrelevant to what I've spent. But going back to the property, if you were to drive up, there's so many homes that have garages facing Miller Road that are not true lots. They are split lots. So they have a ranch/garage facing Miller Road, and then on the other side they have a ranch/garage, let's say, facing the road. And I'm only 4 of all the lots. 1 of 4 of all the lots that are through lots that I could where do you build? My property is on grade, which is a beautiful build, because flat, anybody can build on flat. You build on grade, you have different elevations. It's a more beautiful build. So because of that, my garage, water flows downhill. I don't want to compromise you don't build on low ground, you build on high ground. My home will be on high ground, my garage will be on low ground, and I would like it to be on Miller Road, where in common sense theory, that's where the garage should be built. Not on the side of the home, I can't put it underneath the home at the front, because all the utilities are there. The sewer is there, the gas is there, the water is there. This is a home I bought for 600 and something thousand. I don't want to spend 1.6 trying to get architectural approval. That's a joke, bad joke. I'm looking at, and also last thing, if I get to build that garage on Miller Road, which thank you, which I think it should be built there, it's going to change the look of the whole street. It's going to swap it out. It's not going to be a continuation of the one whole look. I'm very good at what I do. I'm not an architect, but I've built plenty of homes, and I can visualize. I don't have the license, but I know what belongs somewhere and what doesn't. And I'm asking that you give me permission, please, to build a garage. I'm not asking for a lot. I'm asking for a garage on my property of 10,000 square feet. I am a resident of your community. My kids grew up here. I'm an Irishman, but this is my home.
It's your community too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Bill Slight. I'm an architect. I apologize for my delay in getting ready. I'm not familiar with having working with on the laptop. My office, I have multiple screens, and it's easier for me to negotiate. First of all, I would like to welcome the two new members. I've appeared before this board before, but none of us are familiar with ourselves, and I'm very pleased that you're here. And Mr. Kemper, I haven't appeared before you before, but I'm pleased to. And Luke, I'm very pleased
We've known each other for a very long time, haven't we? Yes.
That there is an architect on the board, and that there is institutional memory within the board. So that's all very helpful. Also, I've noticed that your deliberations, all the previous cases tonight, have all been very cogent and very concerned about the code and trying to adapt what is being requested and seeing that it fits within the parameters of the code as you're given it. So I appreciate all of that. To amplify what Mr. Flanagan mentioned about this property, the brief description: this property is in the R7.5 zoning district. It is oversized for that zone. It has a lot area of 10,428 square feet. The allowed coverage by structures on the property is 2,960 square feet, and the proposed that you see in our illustration on the board is 2,768 square feet. We are asking for relief from three sections of the zoning code. The section 116-9A3 to allow construction of a swimming pool in the required front yard at the Mill Road frontage. We're also seeking relief from section 116-93A to allow construction of the garage in the required front yard at the Mill Road frontage. And we also are seeking relief from section 116-9A10C to allow the proposed swimming pool to be 16 feet from the west property line, where 20 feet is required. This board functions in what is called a balancing requirement. You balance the benefit to the applicant against any burden that might involve the health, safety, welfare of the community at large. General standards for variance in the village of Southampton and goes by what is called the so-called 5 tests, and you've considered those in some of the other applications that you've heard tonight. Briefly, is the relief sought the result of a self-created difficulty? Will the relief sought produce an undesirable change in the character of the neighborhood or a detriment to the nearby properties? Will the proposed relief have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions of the neighborhood, such as traffic, drainage, noise, fumes, and other nuisance? Can the benefit sought by the applicant be achieved by some other method? That would require a variance. And fifth, is the variance substantial? In other words, does it impair or depart significantly from the intent of the zoning code, or create too great a degree of nonconformity within the community? So how do we apply these tests to this property? Well, let's consider the tests in their order. Test 1 is relief sought from a self-created hardship difficulty. No, this is a through lot, and that is the reason why we're looking at the relief from front yard, because essentially the property has 2 front yards, Hillcrest and Miller Road, and that is a result of the way the zoning code was written. These parcels were created many years ago, before even there was the 1931 changed of the zoning in the city. It was what was called an old filed map district, and the lots that were created in this particular neighborhood were little parcels about 20 feet wide and about 95 feet in length. And what happened when people created residential properties there, they would combine those little properties into a buildable lot. So typically what you'll find in this area, most of the lots are about 60 feet wide. That is 3 of those little parcels by 95 foot deep. And those would either be fronting on Hillcrest or on Miller Road. There are, within this neighborhood, from North Sea Road all the way back to what is called Hillcrest Terrace, which is the length of both Hillcrest Avenue and also Miller Road. In that strip of land between those 2 roads, there are only 10 parcels that are through lots, frontages on both roads. Let me show you this. Let me go to this for you. This is an aerial view of that neighborhood, and you see the properties that are identified with the arrows are the 10 lots that are through lots. That if any of the owners of those particular 10 lots were to come before you, they would have to have similar relief. Of those 10 lots, only 4 of them are large enough, have the configuration of the width and conformity to setbacks that are required for accessory buildings. Only 4 of them would have any accessory structures fronting on Miller Road, which is where we're asking for relief. And our lot, if you're going from east to west, that is from North Sea Road, and entering this would be the first buildable lot on Miller Road on your right-hand side. And if you look at the map there, you'll see that in the lower right-hand corner, that's the subject lot. And then you can see that there are 2 other lots that are 3 other lots between it and the next buildable lot that is large enough to have an accessory structure, and there are 2 other lots in addition to that.
Bill, can I ask you a question on
Yes.
that? So 4 lots that could accommodate a garage on Miller. What about the flip side? How many of those 3 lots have their primary structure on Miller and could potentially have a garage on Hillcrest?
Say that again, please. How many could build the principal structure on Miller Road?
And have their garage on Hillcrest?
Actually, let's see. all four of them technically could do, no, three of them could do that. Our property, the subject property,
Right.
is unusual in that it is not a rectangle. A 10-foot strip of the back portion of the lot that is on the easterly side of it belongs to the seafood retailer that's on North Sea Road. And they park their large trucks, there's storage boxes, there's old trailers, there's a fairly hodgepodge assembly of vehicles in that adjacent lot.
Okay.
And it so happens that in order for that retail business to operate, they had cut away what had been a hill there, hill crest, to flatten that lot so that the retail business could be conducted. So there's kind of an embankment from our lot down to the commercial lot on the east side.
Is it retained or does it just slope?
It's some of it's slightly retained with some horizontally placed railroad ties.
Sure.
But frankly, if I were a landscape designer, I wouldn't really say that it really qualified as being truly retained in a true sense. But it's stable. It's vegetated with weeds, but it's vegetated. It doesn't seem to rill out. So
It will survive an excavator.
yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So getting back.
Question.
Yes, certainly.
Isn't the land also higher on Hillcrest than on Miller?
Yes, it is.
Significantly higher?
Yes, I mean,
So to
by
answer your question, you wouldn't want to put your house on lowland Miller in his particular situation.
Right,
And I don't know if that's true for the rest of them.
on this property, the house is on the correct side, I think.
That's a very good question because you're right. This is the only lot where, of the through lots that we're talking about, where you couldn't make that swap easily. The other lots are more or less level, and that's a function of the fact that Miller Road rises as it goes up, and of course, as it does, it's bringing that grade up to be more equally adjacent to the adjacent Hillcrest side of the property. So what is proposed here is that
You build on the high ground.
we're going to kind of level out a portion of this property. His neighbor to the immediate west, there's an embankment that goes from Mr. Flanagan's property up about 4 or 5 feet to the level of the adjacent westerly property. What Mr. Flanagan is going to do is basically make a level plane for the residents to sit on, and for also the swimming pool, which of course needs a level plane because the water would drain out otherwise. But and then that's going to connect to what is on our illustration here. You see the smaller rectangle there. That's the proposed 2-car garage. Mr. Flanagan would have a pull-in from Hill Street for a car or a guest, and he would have he would be able to park 2 cars in the garage and a car in front of each of those garage doors. So he would have a total of 5 parking places available, where the requirement for a house of the planned house would be 4 parking places.
Will the garage be lower than the pool?
The garage would be at the Miller Road side of the property, and in fact, the building of the garage, the sidewalls of the garage would actually be poured concrete, and that they would actually retain the earth on the northern side of the garage, as it abuts the patio around the swimming pool. And if you look in the illustration there, you can see that there are steps that would come down the side of the garage to bring you to the grade so if you were to park your car, the owner of the property can leave the car, go up to the patio, and then access the house from the back.
And there's steps from the pool patio up to the main house?
No.
What's the sort of hash marks above?
Are you talking about at the rectangle that represents the residence?
Yes, on top.
That's access to a lower level at the basement.
I got it.
Okay, and that's permitted within
Yeah,
the code.
it's fire code.
Right. And the other is the stair that goes to the access to the garage and to the mechanical room under the garage. We wanted to put the equipment of the swimming pool so that it would retain the noise retention would be satisfied in that way without having to add noise to the property. We were talking about the various tests, and tests 2 and 3 are similar. Test 2 says, will the relief sought produce an undesirable change in the character of the neighborhood? And test 3 says, will the proposed relief have an adverse effect or impact upon the physical or environmental conditions of the neighborhood or traffic? The answer to both of those tests is no. It's let me see here. Excuse me for just a second while I try to pull this.
If your manual Bill's doing that, the other big thing that's relating to having a garage is if you ever take a drive up that road, it's just cars parked on the street. You can't see if you need to pass another car. It's the dangerous situation. Is all cars parked on the street on the sidewalks. By granting this, I will have parked my cars in off the street, which is nicer and safer and how it should be. And it's just a better look for the whole neighborhood by getting the cars off the street.
I think that the photographs that are on the board now, as best they can, illustrate what the conditions are as you go up Miller Road or Hillcrest. Starting at North Sea Road, the first property on the left-hand side of the screen is the subject property. Across the street is the Bellows Garden business, which has large garage doors facing Miller Road. Then adjacent to Mr. Flanagan is the next picture, and the one after that is the lot that's next to that neighborhood. Then there's across the street. There's at 42. There's another single-family home. It has a driveway in which the owners park their cars. Going further, going up the southern side of Miller Road, adjacent to the landscaping business, is 54 Miller Road. There's 2 photographs of that, and you can see that they have a double-car garage attached to the house and parking for about 8 cars in the driveway at the front. Then we have 44 Hillcrest, which is a through lot. This property, since this photograph was taken, has built a swimming pool. And relief was granted from the front yard setback requirement that we're asking for. A swimming pool has been built in that backyard.
So that's a good point for the board to remember, that the request for a swimming pool is largely academic because there was precedent. We did grant a swimming pool a few months ago. We'll still look at the side yard setback relief required by the pool, but.
By the way, let me just pointing out, one of the reasons we're asking for the side yard setback is because where we're putting our pool happens to be in the narrower part of this sort of L-shaped property, and that's otherwise, on this other similar sized property, it is a full lot, a full, what I would call 3 parcel wide, 3 20-foot wide,
Right.
60-foot wide property through the 2 streets. I don't think I need to go through the descriptions of all the rest of the properties on the street, but and these photographs are in the package that I provided to you, and they are all identified with their.
No, it's helpful, and we've reviewed it. I don't think we need to go through every property here.
Yeah.
Can I turn your attention to your drawing A401?
Let's see, which one is that? The first one we did?
Those are your elevation
Oh,
drawings.
the elevation, certainly. Let's go back up to that. So this is the plan and elevation of the proposed garage. And the elevation that you see in the middle left part of the screen, that's the frontage that would face Miller Road. On the opposite side, the north side of the building, where the building is adjacent to the patio of the swimming pool, you really only see a half story of the thing, and into that there's a small open bar or wet bar that would be an amenity for the swimming pool. In the upper right-hand corner, that's the sloped portion of the property that would make the grade change from the swimming pool level to the Miller Roads level, and on the lower right-hand side is the stair system to the pool level, and also to the cellarway, the partial cellarway that would be where the storage and the equipment would be for the swimming pool heater and pump.
So essentially, the garage height is from grade on Miller to the top to the bottom of the cupola.
Yeah. Yes. The cupola is allowed to be.
Sure. Yeah.
I know. It's a quirk in our thing.
But to the ridge of the garage.
To the ridge of the garage, we are conforming to the 16-foot requirement or restriction for accessory buildings. But it's only that one face of the building that the complete facade is exposed for 16 feet. In fact, it's only 10 feet on the opposite side of the thing. So,
But the cupola is above the roof.
yes.
So that's above the compliance line?
Yes.
Cupolas are allowed to be
Oh,
above
okay.
That's correct. Yeah. Max height.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's one of the nice little things that we've been allowed to do. And frankly, from an architectural standpoint, our architects are pleased to have that, because oftentimes we end up with roofs that are very, very long, and without having some little structure or some way to break it up with some element, it's like
Very pleasing
It's a
design.
way of being able to balance your projects. So that's one of the reasons why we resort to a device like that.
So Bill, I understand very clearly what you're doing on the east side, how it's just going to be a consistent slope from the pool patio down to Miller.
Right.
I'm a little less clear on what's happening on the west side.
Well,
and I just want to make sure that we're not getting into a situation where we're going to have a sort of standoffish wall there. And then, because it seems as if the staircase closer to the garage takes us up to the pool patio. The staircase west of that takes us down underneath that first staircase into your basement level.
Yeah, if you notice, the basement level is not a full height.
Sure.
When you're asking about a wall situation, frankly, it wouldn't be, because the stair to the lower level, which is closest to the adjacent property line, but it's going down. It's not.
Mhm.
It's not a structure it's penetrating
So it's
the
below grade.
Below grade, right? And then the other is against the building itself, and of course it doesn't occupy the full side of the building, and it has an open railing.
So I noticed there is a survey in the file with topo lines drawn on. But can you formalize that onto maybe drawing S1, your site plan, so we can get a sense of...
I can provide that for you.
Yeah.
I don't have it for you this evening.
No, that's
but
fine. But next in a month, yeah. Let's.
But I can tell you that I have worked that out.
Sure.
And,
Okay.
So we're aware that we can do this within the topo that we're working with. Okay. We've talked about what the character of the neighborhood is. We've looked at the pictures of what the neighborhood looks like. One of the things that burdens this neighborhood is the fact that the properties are small, and if you go up Hillcrest, in fact, most of them are so small that people cannot park off street. If you go there on a weekend or a nighttime, you'll see that as you go up, especially as you go further and further up Hillcrest, it's very packed with automobiles. And Miller Road is not quite as burdened with that because people are parking, using their lots as parking places. But even there, you'll find a number of properties where they have actually two accesses, one on each side of the property, and they're parking 2 cars in one and 2 cars in another. I mean, they're trying to get cars off the road and out, and unfortunately, not too much out of sight. So that's one of the benefits that we see to having a garage that's a nice looking structure and organizes things in a more pleasing manner. The fourth test that we look at is, can the benefit of this sought by the applicant be achieved by some other method that would not require a variance? Basically, unfortunately, because of the topographical aspect of the property, because of the fact that the property is wide on Hillcrest and narrow on Miller Road, we don't have a lot of options about what we could do. We've looked at and I've made studies of perhaps having the house a very long kind of shotgun house and making a driveway that would come all the way from Hillcrest. What that ends up doing is filling the entire backyard with asphalt or gravel, because in order to make the 3-point turn for a 2-car garage to get out, you end up paving over the whole thing, and you can't have a swimming pool. Now, the importance of the swimming pool to this property in particular, I want to point out, is kind of important. He's next to a commercial property. It's not a very pretty or nice place. He's trying to make his property as enjoyable as he can, and so that's why we'd like to have the amenity of the pool and an organized backyard and a screening landscape along that easterly side of the property. Test number 5 is the area variance substantial. In other words, does it impair or depart significantly from the intent of the zoning code? Well, the zoning code was written for these particular lots, these through lots, because you can't write a code for everything. You can't. So the other parts of the code wouldn't cover this. So they wrote this and required through lots all to get variances. There are 24 lots in the entire village, other lots, not on Hill Street, 24 other lots in the village that are through lots. And not everyone, but almost every other one of those owners in three separate zoning districts have been granted variances to allow accessory structures in the second front yard. Now, each of those three other districts are different from each other. Each one has a significant way of being different from each other and different from this one. For instance, the Pheasant Close properties, they have two front yards, but there's a large berm on the narrow lane side of it. So it wouldn't be possible to bring a car in there. But those properties still needed to get the variance relief to do this. The quasi state area that's on Barron's Lane, that too, primarily people are using Barron's Lane, but there's I forget the other name, Pheasant Lane, I think it is. No, I can't remember the Baby Beachcomber. It's almost like an alleyway, but it is a designated road, but it seems that most of those access come in from Barron's rather than Beachcomber or the other way around. This test also asked, does it have too great a degree of nonconformity for the neighborhood? We have canvassed this neighborhood, and we've entered into the file letters from 13 of Mr. Flanagan's neighbors supporting what he intends to do, and we also attempted to have this portion of the zoning code changed by a petition. We followed the rules for petitions, and we petitioned the neighborhood, and we got 22 signatures of residents from the neighborhood supporting a change in the code that would specifically allow this type of development in this particular neighborhood. We presented that to the trustees, but they did not take it. They did not take it up for a thing, and I believe the reason was that they felt that this board still could provide the guidance for this without having to change the code. And they're, as you know, they're very reluctant to make changes to the code. So that was understandable. But it was an attempt on our part to make it easier for this board and for the neighbors of that area to have clarity on it, and perhaps not have to come before every one of them to come before the ZBA to develop their properties. This is a 10,000 square foot lot, which is oversized for this 7.5 zoning. I have done. I've been an architect out here for 37 years, so I've done buildings in almost all the districts of the Southampton Village, and I've done a number of them on 7.5 lots. In fact, I did 3 adjacent 7.5 lots on Halsey Avenue a number of years ago, and each one of those properties were almost at the minimum size of the lot. In other words, they weren't oversized lots, and I was able to put with a finished basement about a 5,500 square foot house on each one of those lots, plus a 2-car garage, plus swimming pools. So, and those aren't the only 7.5 lots in the village that have this amenity. It just so happens that Mr. Flanagan's lot happens to have a second front yard, which is a burden and why he's asking for this relief. And we also point out that corner lots basically have 2 front yards, but they don't have the same requirement. They're not, the extra burden that they face is the fact that they have 2 front yard setbacks for the principal building, and that makes it a little bit more difficult for them to build on. In this case, those 2 front yards are at either end of the property.
But it's not uncommon to see a house facing one street and then the garage facing the other street.
Absolutely, that's not uncommon at all, and that's a very good point. that what you end up with is, you end up with accessory building garages facing a street that the other houses on the street all have the frontages of the house, but you end up with, at least on each end of the block, you may end up with garages facing the street, which in this particular case, you're approving a lot to have a garage facing the street.
Once it came to our knowledge that there was only 4 lots on that whole strip of street that could actually build a garage on that street, then that changed. We were told initially we were getting shot down by somebody, the other board, that we were setting the precedence for a continuation, like an alleyway of garages facing Miller Road. That's not going to happen. There's only 4 lots that can actually have a house, a garage facade facing Miller Road, and I'm one of them. And the other 3 might never do it. Stephen on 44 that just got the pool, he got his okay for his pool. He might never do a garage. So now it's only 2, so we're not setting the precedent. So it just changes the look. Some streets have a garage facing, some have a nice home facing the street.
Yeah, let me also point out that in the case of the other three lots that happen to be on Miller Road, they all have a 60-foot frontage, whereas we only have 50. Those with a 60-foot frontage, you can orient the garage so that you do not see the entry doors of the garage. Unfortunately, we can't do that because there's not enough room to turn the car, make a backup space, and get it out, and still fall within the required offset setbacks for accessory buildings from the property line on our property. On those properties, with that extra 10 feet, they could do that. So if for instance it came before the ARB or you could say, okay, we'd ask you to turn your building to mitigate some of that impact. Unfortunately, in this property, we can't do that.
Okay, so Bill, we'll ask that we can't close it tonight. I'll just ask that you prepare a site plan with the topo, and also please mark top of walls if there's a retaining wall or anything.
Put an elevation mark on the top of the wall.
Please.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay?
Yep.
Do we have any questions for these gentlemen? No?
No.
Okay.
Been very thorough.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to add to the
No,
record tonight?
I'm pleased that you don't have questions. Because I've tried as hard as I can to explain to you what our situation is, how we fit within the village, how the code applies to us, and what relief we're trying to, what minimum relief we're trying to
I think you've articulated the factors that are driving the design. We'll have to have a conversation. Of course, it will be public, the next hearing, about the philosophy behind the neighborhood and garages. But a topo from you would be very helpful in understanding what you plan on doing with that slope. Okay. I would just say we didn't really talk about the width of the pool that much, but if you would be willing to make the pool narrower to reduce the amount of relief sought there.
How narrow of a pool would you like this
Well,
to be?
Well, frankly,
think about it.
8 by 100?
Sure.
We're asking for 4 feet of relief.
Right.
Could we have 2 feet of relief?
Well, I would just say come to us next month with your best and final. Okay.
All right. So
fair enough.
Mr. Flanagan.
What are we submitting at the moment?
14 is 14 by 32.
14 is narrow. Like who builds a 14-foot in-ground pool? Nobody.
Let me
nobody
clarify
builds
something about why 14. A swim lane is thought to be 7 feet wide. Okay. So if for instance 2 individuals wanted to race each other.
So this is only 2 swim lanes wide?
Yes. Right.
That's pretty narrow.
Okay. Yeah. So
16.
that's why I designed it as 14 rather than 15 or some other number. That's the reason.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Public? Anyone? Anyone online?
While we wait for that, just two real quick clarifications. So the village actually never approved the layout of this development. This was filed in 1927 as a Southampton terrace, and you're correct, it was done in old file lots that people assembled. That's why every lot is slightly different.
Right, right.
And the other part is there's just a very technical distinction between a required front yard and a front yard. The required front yard is the minimum setback from the street. That's being met here for both the pool and for the garage. The only part that's not met is the fact that it's in a front yard as a function of having two streets. So it's in a front yard, but not the required front yard. So just wanted to clarify
And
that.
also, the required front yard for this this zone is 25 feet. But if it's an accessory building, it has to be 35 feet, which this is. So,
Are you sure you don't own that 10-foot sliver?
Well, I hope I do.
Yeah.
No, I own.
No, the bit
No,
that.
no, I'm maintaining it and cleaning it. No, I don't own it, but I'm cleaning it.
Yeah.
No, that's not mine, unfortunately.
Okay.
I know who owns it. And
Yeah.
I have enough money. I don't need more land.
Okay. Okay.
It would change. I know where you're going with that. Then it would change the setbacks and stuff for the garage. You can turn it, but
Sometimes when these things weren't done formally, he probably owns it by possession at this point. The
landman.
neighbor.
it's not mine.
But
That's how the tax map lines are drawn.
yeah. Okay. So we will move to adjourn this for all purposes until next month's hearing, and you will get us a survey or a site plan rather with all the topos laid out, so we can really understand how we're coming down the side there.
before I,
But if I may, on Miller Road, looking at the property on the left side, we have concrete steps. On the right side, we've natural. Maybe we don't need the topo. We have natural grade. It's just natural grade. I don't want any concrete. I like grass. I don't want retaining walls. It's natural grade going up the right side. I know what it is.
well, I think that what the reason that they're asking for the topo is they need something to have entered into the record, and it also
But
topo.
it shows natural grade on the elevation facing west, east.
I would just like to see something that's not, a sketch on a survey, right? Just so we are very, very clear on what's happening and there's no surprises.
I can add those lines to the site plan and those call outs. I mean, we've got the site plan drawn. All we have to do is add the topo lines. in,
Okay.
so that's
Okay.
possible to do.
All right. Do I have a second on the motion?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Given the late hour, you've been very
See you in
patient
a while.
with the length of our presentation.
Mr. Flanagan, we can keep going, right?
I can't believe you guys are doing so nice. Great job.
Let's see the ARB.
One more. Can I take a bathroom break?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's perfect. No, that's perfect. Guys, give us 2 minutes to take a
Just
bathroom
don't shut
break.
the lights on us, that's all, we'll
Okay.
be fine. We're good.
Okay, so this will be 3180 30 County Road, 39A, LLC. Address same.
That's pretty cool.
It wasn't a bad way to do property.
So do it yourself.
Yeah, they have them all up through Watermill too. Yeah.
This is the map,
Yeah.
1927.
You take as many as you want.
Yeah.
What? But you have to take a minute.
Not that many.
So like, how do you do it? So turn that off.
Right, so you'd probably build 2, and you'd end up with a 40-foot lot, or 3, and you'd end up with 60. Depends on how much money you have.
No, kind of dumb question.
Yes.
My pool. I have a, my pool is about 33 yards long. I don't think that's much wider than 14. My pool's only about 5 paces, 15 feet.
after the meeting.
Yeah, I think 14's a pretty good size pool.
Yeah,
I didn't understand.
You got your mailers too?
Yeah,
quibbling a little bit.
but I think 14,
Yeah, 14's good.
I mean, I have a good sized pool there.
Yeah.
It's 23 yards long.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think it's maybe 15.
We got the applicant proposed.
Yeah.
That's
That's good. The grant.
Yeah, exactly. You can't, they'd have to jump really well to hit the other
Yeah,
wall.
yeah, yeah.
But I don't think, unless it's like a club or something, 15 feet's a pretty big thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's big.
Yeah.
So I get it.
Yeah, yeah. You know, if you go under the whole, well, we can't really talk about it any longer, but
You talk to them when they're alone.
yeah.
I'm gonna go pace off my pool for width.
Yeah, you have this? So you could pull it if we need this, just to. I'll take one of these. Someone could see it. By the wall, if you want to do so
Well, we tried to want someone when it was twice.
I'm gonna have a hot, this is the best one. I mean, I have many email addresses.
No, that's fine.
But they're all connected.
Did you get your village email stuff as well?
Alex was working on
Okay.
it. I need some help with Dropbox. I can get into it from your memo and Alex's memo, but I want to be able to not have to go to your emails. I want to be
Yeah,
able
we'll
to
figure out
get a little,
how to give
you know,
you,
icon.
give you
right
invited
on my-
to it. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, this is,
Just copy my stuff.
I don't know what this is. You know, it really helps to go see property.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Oh, yeah.
It's really helpful. I'm sure going to grade itself over the next couple of years.
Oh,
And like dramatically.
for sure.
So whatever we decide, we're gonna be real happy with.
Exactly. That's a good point.
Yeah, you know what, guys? We usually have Alex kick us off, but why don't we hear from you, and then
We
we'll-
have been to planning, and Alex has some insight there, so I'm more than happy to start. Then Alex could jump in. That's fine. Thank you. You know, I'll go with your direction.
Okay.
What do you think? You want me to introduce myself? And
Please do.
Yes, thank you very much. Matthew Henry from Fact Construction Estimating and Administrative Services. We are agents for 30 County Road, 39A LLC, presenting an as-built condition where we're looking for relief of two things: a split zone and some setback for screening that we've been to planning for. Alex has. Hello, Alex. Also, congratulations to the board, to your promotion, and to the new members of the board. Good luck to you. Alex, thank you very much for all your help and assistance in getting us here to this point and before the work you've done. I was explaining that we have some history with the planning board and their recommendations through Nelson and Pope and Voorhis to come here before the board to get zoning relief for some of the split zone and stuff. Don't know if you want to weigh in on that as you had with other applicants, or if I should just continue.
Let's do that, Alex.
Sure. So yeah, it's correct. This application also requires site plan from the planning board. They're in front of the planning board, who would typically be lead agency for environmental purposes. At a certain point, when the planning board feels that they have enough information, they determine that it would be appropriate for them to go to the zoning board of appeals before going any further, because there's two areas of relief that are necessary. The first in that southern parking lot area is in a lot that's partially zoned R12.5, which is a residential zone, which would not permit commercial parking. There's a unique provision in the zoning code that specifically addresses split zone parcels like this, and it gives the authority to this board to essentially move the zoning boundary line up to 50 feet from the from the less restrictive zone into the more restrictive zone. So that would accommodate parcels like this that are between zoning districts. The second part of the zoning code is where you do have commercial and residential properties abutting one another. It requires 50 foot of what's called a transition yard. That's a buffer space. Because of some site constraints, it would be difficult to provide that here. So they're asking for relief in the form of a setback relief to provide less than the 50 feet required. And the applicant will explain the dimensions that they're proposing and why they're showing some of it on an adjoining piece of property, which doesn't count towards the zoning requirement, but is being shown here as part of a proposed mitigation of a reduction in the buffer.
Thank you, Alex. So as Alex described, we have an existing condition. This is built, to be clear. What you're seeing is there now. It's existing. It was done without the benefit of permits. The owner has voluntarily decided that he wants to make sure that it's in compliance and brought up to speed with what it should be with planning and zoning. That is without violations or without issue with anything occurring. He's done it on his own accord. And with that, the development of this portion, can I use a laser pointer? Sure. Instead of, if it works on the screen, it doesn't. The development of this lot started with a concept of safety. There were vehicles backing in or coming in and having to back in and out of the upper portion where this HB line is, and the safety issue was backing into County Road was a concern because the vehicles would back in and out from that area and stack, if you will, into County Road. So the idea was to expand it. Again, this was done without permits, although he did do it with professionals and compliance for what he thought would need to be done for the size of the turning, the size of the stalls, the parking stalls, and what needed to be done with dry wells. He did find out through planning, and there was a request that an additional dry well needs to be added regardless of the engineering that was done, and of course that's going to be taken care of in addition. What he also pointed out along the way is that he would have people who were working there who then needed to pull in and park elsewhere. That's no longer necessary because one could pull in and out and occupy a stall where a vehicle was. When I say a vehicle, this is a service building. They do the pest control. There are pickup trucks that are needed. So now the ladies and gentlemen who need to pull in can pull in fully, not stack, not have to worry about the road, swap their vehicle safely for their service vehicle and then do the same thing at the end of the day. It's also been pointed out that the hours of operation are normal hours. They're not late at night, they're not too early in the morning. If someone is good enough to show up to work a little early, maybe they park there, but we don't know of any noise complaints or issues with that. Of course, we're adjacent to 7-Eleven, and on the other side, I believe, is a dry cleaner. We right now have a unique opportunity. The owner owns the residential lot where you see the buffer. So in order to mitigate the need to put buffer on the HB side and on the OD side, which would affect the building and the parking stalls, of which there are additional to the upper right, he is allowing the property to be taken over with the buffer, which is what you see in green on the residential side. It's being kept to 4 to 6 feet in an attempt not to overwhelm the backyard and take up too much of the residential backyard and still create the buffer and the screening that's necessary and that should be between the two areas. Right now, the employees for the building, not the service vehicles and the service men and women who come out of this area, but the employees park in what's called the non-delineated parking stalls, top right. Those 6 parking stalls are about 5 people who work there. The space is not frequent by customers. This is service, so the vehicles go to them. There's no need for people to come to the office. We've had the DOT there as part of planning. The DOT did come down and did make some observation to what they wanted at the site. It was minimum, and it was pretty much in compliance with 2024 practice to have the curb cuts done a certain way and certain pedestrian walkway along County Road 39A. Other than that, they seemed to be accepting of the layout, understood the safety that it was provided. The 2 curb cuts, the in and out, again, without backing in and out, was something it seemed like they were in favor of. One thing to point out, this trapezoid is where the residential line is now. What we're showing you is the request to move the OD line here. The reason to point to that is this lot is established. This is really not a buildable lot. It really is superfluous. It has no great value to the existing lot that's there. It's not buildable by itself, and it seems to provide an asset to the commercial property that's along that line. We had a neighbor here this evening. She was, I don't want to speak for her. I have an informal little note in favor. She was here. She actually was here, wanted to speak to us separately out of concern of what she thought was going on, and when she heard that it was saying, she was happy. I don't want to speak for her. Again, she jotted something down. I will just say, she said, good neighbor, no noise, clean, and I support him. Or I supported him when he opened. And she put down 2015. This is what she left me. I just want to point out that someone was here and knows what she's back to back with. She shared stories about being back to back with the dry cleaner that's there, or no, a laundromat or something that's there, which isn't so great for her.
Where is she located?
Okay, her name is Michelle Burkosk, and it's 39 Aldrich, which would be the first property to the right, and her name is noted to the right. So Michelle was here, again, out of concern, but when she actually heard that it wasn't what she had thought, she just mistook something else on the agenda as what was going on. She thought a restaurant or something else of concern would be there. Once she heard it was staying, she wanted to stay and speak in favor. She left and left this note. So right now, the planning has asked us to come to you, and to sum up, our relief request is to move the office district line to encapsulate or encompass the parking area, and in doing so, allow us to mitigate the 50-foot buffer, which we have heard and we feel was put in place for different areas. It just seems excessive here. You can't really have 50 feet necessarily in this area and not affect the ability to either build on the HB side or on the OD side. So, and again, the unique opportunity to allow the R 12.5 property to contain the buffer, I think is something we'd like to just point out as taking care of part of the situation and just not offering the 50 feet. We offered a little bit less than you might like. We're open to it, but we just didn't want to overwhelm the R value, the R 12.5 zoning lot with too much of a buffer.
What would the buffer be comprised of?
So right now there is planting there, and my understanding is that it's fairly tall and robust, if you will, and it could be whatever's required. I don't know if was it called out? Do you have anything that was called out there? Or what would
It
it
says
be?
row of arborvitae.
Mine's kind of small. Does it say proposed? Right here, Rocco. Can you zoom in on that? Just it's proposed 6-foot side and rear yard screening for the transitional side yard. Arborvitaes, did someone say arborvitaes? Yeah, arborvitaes, it would be one of the plants that would grow together and aesthetically be pleasing, and also it's controllable, it's not out of control.
In that same clause you just referenced, I had a question, if I may ask. It says the screening and so on, it says with common ownership.
Yes,
By whom?
the owner of the HB, the structure, the owner of the parking lot, and the owner of this residential lot are all the same. They're all the same owner.
But assuming someday he sells R 12.5,
Correct.
what would be the common
So
ownership?
I don't want to suggest what the town might want, but a covenant that, as they say, runneth with the land, we would want that buffer to be, to run with the land, not with the owner.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it says also, before we move off the plan, it says on this plan, metal posts. And they are the two little white dots you can see with the arrows. Let's see. Can't even right where the arrow is on.
Got it. No, I have it.
Yeah.
Yep, I see that.
Is there a gate between those two metal posts, or is that just?
It
separate
actually
metal?
says stockade fence as part of it, and
Right.
to the right and to the left, those metal posts generally point out. I'm not sure if they're part of the stockade and holding it. I do see another one, at least in terms of the circle here as well.
But you're not
So,
aware
but
of-
I do see as a stockade fence, noted as stockade fence.
Okay, so it's stockade. It's not a gate or anything like that.
Not that I'm aware of, no. So we do have hedges already on the HB side as well, and it does continue across. So what we're showing in green is part new and part existing. So where there was 4 feet of hedge on the HB side, that's going to be maintained. And it says row of arborvitae actually within that green, so we would continue those.
So it's 4 to 6 feet on the commercial side, we'll call it. 4 feet to the left.
4 feet,
and
yeah,
6
you're
feet.
seeing a depth.
And it
You're
gets.
seeing a depth here.
You gotta speak into the microphone.
Yeah, it's 4 feet on the left of that, but all the way to the right, it gets as wide as 6
Yes,
feet.
it gets, the width of it is
So-
5 feet.
So with that in mind, if we add 6 feet on the residential side, it would be a range of a total of 10 feet.
10 and 11,
To-
as we continue the 6 across that line, yes.
So I see where you're coming from in terms of the 50-foot buffer.
Can we show that?
That
Zoom out a little bit. Thanks, Rocco.
the HB property doesn't really have much more 50-foot in depth before it hits County Road 39. So you are lucky that you have the residential lot to work with, but the request is still very substantial.
And substantial, but within what we're permitted to ask for, which is up to, I think, 48 feet or something to that effect. It's still within.
I think you're talking about two different things.
Right. So
for
so
commercial
let's just say we
parking,
were gonna, we can buy into the fact that a 50-foot buffer just really isn't feasible
Mhm.
on the HB side of things. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Right. But let's just say, for argument's sake, right now, it is not. You're offering to put the buffer on the R12.5 residential lot, right?
correct.
Okay. So 50 feet versus 6 feet, there's a pretty big difference there, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And the idea there was just to not overwhelm the residential side with buffer. Beyond that, we would be curious what the additional buffer in depth would do for that separation above the 6 feet. In other words, I believe that the 50 feet had some intent, and we know that these things they're not arbitrary.
Right.
With that, we felt the 6 foot would serve a purpose. Whether it served the same purpose, of course, of a 50 foot, I doubt. I just don't know what the intent of that 50 foot was. We have height as well, and if there's an acoustic concern, a fence could be put up, and the fence could actually have an acoustic value. So if the 50 feet were an acoustic sound transmission concern, we could do the buffer and put a fence up that would reduce the sound traveling through in fact, I would suggest there may be fences that would make up the difference of 50 feet, depending on that fence height and the quality of the fence, how dense it was. So if the idea was between commercial and 50 feet away, I'm going to hear less of the start and stop shut of a car and the car doors, and we want that. We could offer, and I would offer to the owner, that we should put a fence in addition to the buffer.
I would assume that, yeah, a lot of it has to do with acoustics,
I agree.
right, at the 50 feet, because you're probably screening visually in 6 feet, you know?
Correct.
Luke, I'm sorry, which 50 feet are you measuring?
So jump in, Alex, if I'm incorrect here, but the code would say that between the HB district
Right.
across the top and the R12.5, the commercial property, the Hamlet business property, should be providing 50 feet of
Correct.
buffer, right, to protect the residential areas. So I wonder if there's some calculation that could be done to say what is the decibel mitigation of 50 feet of trees and plants versus what can be achieved similarly with acoustical fencing and and plantings.
Understood.
Okay, because for me, speaking only for myself, this is a substantial ask in terms of.
Unless it's it is. However, if we agree that the 50 feet was a decibel consideration and concern, and a fence were to do close or of equal value, maybe better, then we might be better served with a fence than 50 feet, depending on that material. So I think it's a great idea.
Well, it's a possible idea. It'll take a little research on our end to figure out why it's 50 feet.
Okay.
Because, if we make that deal with you, then we make that deal with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So, I can't promise that.
No, but these things often become a benefit to the community as well, and aren't as much of a difficulty and a hardship. So I think for us, it's worth the effort and the time to give back to you, and with the work you do, we'll come together, and it may be for the better.
Tom?
I have no opinion.
Yeah, no.
I'm still learning.
Okay, this is a new one for all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Good. we're up to that.
Maybe not.
Could I ask a question, if that's all right? I think it might be helpful for the board if you can show, and I don't know if it's shown on here, the dimensions of the parking stalls and the dimensions between the parking stalls, especially on that southern area, and then also on the parking area to the northeast where it says non-delineated 6 parking stalls. I think if you could maybe show dimensions and show what 6 vehicles have to go there and why, I think that might be helpful for the board in
Little
determining.
swing, maybe show you some swing.
Like how much of that space is necessary to be stone versus buffer, or could the parking spaces be moved a little closer to one another and would you still have an adequate space that way? Because I think when the board is going to have to determine what's the minimum relief necessary and look to maximize the setbacks, I think having those dimensions will be important.
Very good. You'll have that as well. I do know that if the board requires, it's going to happen. But being built, they were asking for as much as they could to be done on the residential side and with everything, so not to affect what they have done without permits. So, at some point they got to kind of bite the bullet and do what's required. That said, they were hoping not to affect it. However, we'll do that. And so we're going to submit something with fence for you to review, in addition to your research, if you will, on where the 50-foot came from, if it was a decibel. And if that's found early enough, your communication's been phenomenal. So if you let us know what decibel it has to be reached, maybe that would be helpful to us back for any fence company that we know may have some information about this, because we're going to look into it and research it as well. And also we're going to ask the surveyor to increase the amount of information we have in terms of dimension and how the swings work and what we're looking at.
Yes. I think probably helpful to your application would be to see, regardless of fence or no fence, and a real increase in planting buffer into the residential
Some
property.
double digits might help.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And to augment what Alex was saying is maybe that parking lot on the southwest corner of the screen right now, maybe it doesn't need to be quite so wide, and maybe we could push buffer into those stalls that look like they're labeled, like 13, 14, 15, 10, 11, 12.
10 through 16.
Yeah.
However, having said that, if that had to happen and that was buffer, and we have this card to play, which is unique, along with this being a 3-zone consideration, couldn't that same amount that you would like be put on the residential side?
Sure.
Okay, so understood.
The only area where you can't make that trade, right, is on the northeast, Michelle Burkowski's property line.
Exactly. That's right.
Okay.
That
And
seems like a
obviously
good neighbor, but I don't know if she's that good.
she likes you guys so far, but
Right.
she's
Might not
not
like
she's
to
not
next-
party.
No, it's not happening.
She's not party to this, and
No, it's not in play.
All right. Well, a good first pass, and let's develop further.
I agree. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this evening. Thank you for the education on the microphone, young man. Appreciate that.
All right. Appreciate the patience, guys. It was a
Same
long
to
night.
you.
Okay. So I'll motion to adjourn case 3180 to the next hearing, August 22nd. Second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Brian, Alex, do we have any more business to discuss?
I think that's all we had on the agenda, unless the board members had any other questions that I can answer while we're here.
Do we have any legal questions for Brian?
Brian's got his homework cut out for him.
Okay. Okay. In that case, I will motion to adjourn tonight's hearing. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Thanks, all.
Look at this. Boom.
Oh, that was good.
Good use.